Laura? Here. Anita?
Here.
David Kwan? No. Not online either. Howard? Present. Dick?
Yes.
David Woosley? Here. Gretchen?
Here.
And I'm Frank Lovato, will be here. All right, see here, we've got some orders of the day, and we're gonna move a couple of things around. Retirement and death notifications to be heard before item 4. New business, and then time certain item 4B.5 to be heard at 1 p.m. We do have 3 items waived for sunshine. Item 1.3G, police and fire update 2025 schedule. 4B1 state of the pension fund, and then 4B5 Goldman Sachs presentation August 2025.
So moved.
I think we need a motion on those, do we?
Wait,
Okay, wait, I'm sorry, yeah. Okay, so I got a motion from Dave, second from Woosley. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, then I believe we're closed section next. Well, as soon as we get okay, we'll get started. We have no reportable actions from closed session, so we'll move on to a motion for the consent calendar. I have a motion from Dick,
Second.
second from Gretchen. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. We'll go to investments. Good morning.
Okay, all right. Good morning, trustees. We have just one item now. And then we have another smaller session on the new business. This item is to extend the contract with our custodian, and this was discussed and recommended by the IC for discussion at the board. I turn this over to Ron, who can discuss this. I believe we have Laura and Eileen online. We do. Okay, great. Thank you.
Good morning. So following our RFP process back in 2020, both plans, Business Fire and Federated hired Bank of New York as a custodian bank. They succeeded State Street, who were the service provider since the 1990s. Typically, clients tend to keep these relationships with the custodian banks for a long time, 10 years or so. Over the past 5 years, the combined pension plan and healthcare portfolios have increased by about $2 billion. And the number of accounts have increased by 70%. With the growth in an increase in the number of accounts, we anticipate that there will be a 5% increase in the fees. The current 5-year contract with Bank of New York expires on October 1st, and we're recommending a 5-year extension. As Robert mentioned, that investment committee reviewed staff recommendation last week and are recommending approval of the extension. And Makita and DRS also supported of staff recommendation. That I'll take the questions.
And one question, what's the reason there's such a big increase?
So the number of accounts and the portfolio value that has increased. So since we hired when we hired Bank of New York back in 2020, we had about out of 10 accounts, and now we have about 187. And plus the portfolio values have increased as well. So with that increased the operation cost as well.
Yeah, no, I saw that. I was just wondering why there was such a big increase. I guess that's the way we manage the portfolio.
Yeah.
Well, thanks.
There any other questions?
I just got a comment. So this came to the IC last week or 2 weeks ago. I can't remember when it was. That meeting last week. One thing that I do want to bring up is especially around the audit that we went through a couple years ago or a year ago around RFPs. We had a discussion about the RFP and going out and should we not. And one thing that was explained to us is basically there's, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, please correct me. There is basically three parties to that could put a bid in, okay? One of them that we used to have, and there was a poor experience, and now the reason why we switched. The other one, there is talk about them being bought out by the same company that we parted with, you know, for personal reasons. So it really leaves us also basically the current recommendation. And so because of that, we thought it was, you know, we thought it was a good recommendation to move forward without doing the RFP.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thanks. I was wondering about it, so I appreciate it.
And correct me, staff, correct me.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. We actually, the reason also we wanted to have an extensive discussion at the IC was because we were not issuing an RFP and we wanted to make sure that everyone was comfortable with it.
Great.
And I think Eileen and Laura may have some additional comments go ahead if you want to speak to it, but I think that the consensus was that you know, there's consolidation in the space, there's fewer players. And the other big player was our custodian for many years, and we had many challenges. It looks like Laura wants to say something.
I was just going to add, it's also challenging to switch providers in the space if there's not a very clear reason to do so, just, you know, with all the data that is involved, staff time and whatnot. And it's not an area where we see a big difference in service between the providers.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm assuming we're talking about investments in number A. I couldn't hear it when you was first talking.
2A, correct, yeah, 2A.
So why are we banking in New York? I've been through this before years ago and where I work and also as part of being in labor. We always try to keep jobs in Santa Clara County or in California or whatever we can. There's the reasons for it. I understand it and I can like to hear it. But if it's not,
Can you guys hear him?
Just about why Bank of New York and not someone in California?
Yeah, I just want to make sure you guys can hear.
and number one, why, well, again, without repeating myself, being a labor person all my life, I've always tried to keep jobs in Santa Clara County, California, whatever have you. If there's a reason, I'd like to know why, and if we haven't, why haven't we tried to make sure we keep all business in this area?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. You know, unfortunately, when it comes to areas like custody of assets, we only have 2 or 3 players nationally. We don't have a California-based custodian. So Bank of New York, State Street, I believe State Street's in Boston, JP Morgan. Not sure where they're headquartered.
Northern Trust.
No, and Northern Trust, yeah, Chicago. So those are only the only viable candidates are all outside California. And we don't have an incumbent player in California.
I would ask the chair that, I understand the reasoning. I think we should make sure we tried all we can, make sure that we keep the investments away from.
We want to have faith in our staff that they're doing their due diligence. They're saying that this type of custodian bank is usually going to be in a large financial city.
Because some years ago, I remember it was a bill from the city of San Jose. It was like in Arizona. At that time, there was all kinds of stuff going on, and I was able to change that. But that's just me as a person, and I believe that everybody else in labor feels the same way.
Understood.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion from
Second.
Andrew,
Second,
second from Sunita. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're gonna take item number 5 out of order. So we're not having everybody wait for the official retirement board pieces, so we're going to retirements. So 5-1 service retirements, we have Dennis D. Bell, Battalion Chief, Fire Department, effective September 13th, 2025, with 29.79 years of service. We have Michael J. Murray, Fire Engineer, Fire Department, effective September 13th, 2025, with 25.67 years of service. And then we have Jonathan Redmond, police officer, police department, effective September 13th, 2025, with 29.46 years of service. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion approved.
Motion from Dick.
Second.
I have a second from Woosley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Any words?
That's Andrew's territory for the firefighter, young guys, I don't know.
Yeah, all great people. I definitely appreciate, their, commitment to the community and serving the community. Enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
The same thing for police officers and firefighters, even though we don't know them. We thank you for their service, hoping best of health.
Okay. We'll go to 5.2, defer vested Michael William O'Neill, police officer, police department, effective September 25th, 2025, with 10.62 years of service. We have Sean M. Nunes, police officer, police department, effective September 13th, 2025, with 25.89 years of service. And I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion from Dick,
Second.
second from Woosley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, I have death and survivorship notifications. Notification of the death of Michael H. Bowman, police officer, retired October 3rd, 2000, died March 13th, 2025, no survivorship benefits. Notification of the death of Jess Correa, fire engineer, fire department, retired January 24th, 2009, died July 25th, 2025, no survivorship benefits. Notification of the death of Oliver F. Kramer, police sergeant, retired September 13th, 1986, died June 19th, 2025, no survivorship benefits. I have a moment of silence. Okay, any words?
You please officer, let have David go first.
Yeah, we just want to thank them for their service and their families for sharing them with the city of San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Just Korea, just retired and it was just unexpected. He was a hell of a ball player, a hell of a firefighter, and it was just a shock to all of us. And so, and all the officers and people put their name on the line. I just got a phone call. One of my retirees just passed away. You know, the facts and so on is that we're lucky to live more than 15 years after we retire. It's so sad to see that when they don't make it, but it's just sad, period. And lately here with this in society in our country, so many police officers right now being killed and so on. It's just so unnecessary. I hope we can get ourselves together and do a better job and protect these folks with the health and benefit they need. And that's why I thank all of you for doing the best we can for investments and whatever have you, so they can enjoy their lives when they put their lives on the line. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We're gonna go ahead and take a little break. And we'll get back here at, let's say, about 10:50. A retreat workshop. I'll give that to you there, Don.
Yes, sir. First, let me just, if you'll allow me just to say thanks for the support that I've received over the past, just over 12 months, just turned over my anniversary. And I do think that ORS has done quite a bit of work between my first day and today. And, I think what's more important for me is to recognize that I couldn't have been successful without the support of everyone else that stands behind me. Some sitting at the table with us today, Barbara being one of them, the strong admin team that we have here, that's always behind the scenes, keeping the wheels from coming off of all of our presentations and meetings. And then all the staff that are on the sixth floor today, just serving the membership, day in and day out. But I just want to say I appreciate the support, and I look forward to what we're going to accomplish in the next year. So. Did I get kicked out of the meeting? So hold on, I just need to share my, my slide deck. Okay, great. So good morning, everybody. I'm going to deliver a state of the pension fund presentation today. It felt a little premature, being that I know we're about to kick off a strategic planning process, and I hope that process will become the foundation for the future state of the pension fund presentations. But I tried to put together some interesting thoughts and concepts today, and also just to start to seed some of the discussion that we're going to have, specifically looking at strategic planning. So just as a reminder, I think it's important that we start with our mission. So our mission is to ensure prompt professional delivery of services and benefits to our members, and to collect, invest, and expend system assets in a prudent, fair, and timely manner. For today's retreat, we've got a lot of great presenters here. Some that you'll know and recognize for many years, and some a few new faces that I'm bringing with me from New York. So we'll thank them when they're up here. But just remember that today is meant to be a day of discussion. It's not meant to be a day of presentations, right? So take the time, ask the professionals that we brought to the table to meet with you today, and engage with them. Use the time to raise questions, challenge assumptions, and explore new ideas. This is where we can go into a little bit of a deeper dive, and explore some additional concepts that may be not on the core of getting our day-to-day business done. And then lastly, take some notes. If there's different information that you would like to see or discussed in a different way, let's connect on that so that I can make this presentation enhanced for next year. Okay, fundamental law of pension funds. So you're probably going to see this also in our actuarial presentation, as this has been a core standard, I think, since the late 60s. So just to remind everybody, the pension fund receives input from employer contributions, that's the city of San Jose, our member contributions, our investment earnings, and then on the outflow side, we do all of this in the hopes of paying all of the benefits that all of our members earn, and not just our members, but our members' family and spouses in some cases. And then, of course, the expenses to run our organization. So you've seen this slide in many actuarial presentations, but I thought it might be good to put some context, some magnitude around some of these concepts so that we can make it real for the San Jose Police and Fire Pension Fund. So purposefully have these numbers listed on the side without any attribution. And you can see we have inputs and outputs that are ranging from 7.8 million all the way up to 437 million. Now we start to actually lay these in across this different all of the different components. You can see that the largest component by far, at least in 2024, was our investment returns, right? So more than twice what our employer contributed, and more than 10 times what our employees contributed, and significantly more than what we paid in benefits. When you also take a look at this, let's think about what you, the board, have influence over, right? You, the board, don't have influence over the benefits, right? The benefits are determined by the city's plan design and the demographics of the city. But we kind of have influence over everything else. You have direct influence over the expenses, right? You as a board give me guidance and input on what you want us to accomplish every year. That then drives what our annual budget needs to be, right? And so that's the expenses. Your main fiduciary duty is working with our investment teams, setting the investment policy and the assets allocations for our investments. And then even over the employer and the employee contributions, I'm not gonna steal any of Bill's thunder for later, but you're setting some of the key and the core assumptions that go into driving how that, what is the impact of the employer contributions based on those assumptions. You can't do anything about the demographics of our membership, right? That's not something you have any control over. But some of the assumptions that we decide here every year do impact the magnitude of those contributions. So to jump off for a second, NCPERS, which is the National Conference on Public Employee Retirement Systems, they're a nationally recognized organization that focuses on not just education, but they also provide many studies, pension funding and long-term sustainability, economic impacts, healthcare and retiree medical trust information, and pension and accounting and finance, and how that impacts pension funds across the country. So similar to CalPERS and SACRS, which we focus on, NCPERS is a national organization, so you can get some national perspective. Also, NCPERS runs, I think, an every other year conference that's specific to police and fire. And I think 2026 is the year when they will hold that next conference. And so once they announce those days, I'll be sure to share it with the rest of this board, because I think that is a focused conference for our uniform members and would be directly important for you. But this year they released some updated research. They have a study that they have called "The Unintended Consequences of How Scaling Back Public Pensions Puts Government Revenue at Risk." Right. So when we think about pensions and how it's portrayed in some of the news and some of the media, it's portrayed as a cost. Right, a cost to the city, a cost to the taxpayer. And what this is I think the third update to their study. And what they're showing is that for every dollar that the plan sponsor contributes to a pension fund, there's a 13-time impact in economic activity for that $1. So the contemplation of this study is that actually pensions are revenue positive. Right. So when we take that and we start to apply that to the fundamental law of pensions, maybe there's a piece that's missing. I don't pretend to be smarter than the Harvard Business Review from 1965, but I do think we know and we feel, and what this study has now proved 3 times running for the past decade, is that it actually has a significant impact on the revenue and the economic activity that gets brought to our local government. And so when you start to take the amounts of benefits, right? So we paid in 2004, fiscal year 2004, we paid about $292 million in benefits. 249 million went to our members who live in California, right? So not the whole thing, but a fairly large majority went to people living in California. And then if we drill down on it further, $68 million was paid out to members who live in San Jose. So, these benefits are being paid to the members, but they're being spent here, right? They're being spent in San Jose, they're being spent in California, and if you take the NCPERS study to the next logical step, you start to talk about some of the economic activity that's happening, right? And here in San Jose, it's driving economic activity, $600 million in 1 year. Right, as compared to the fact that this city that year contributed $200 million. Now, I think what's important to take away from the study, and the link is in the presentation. It is a heavy study, I think what's important is that, is $13.41, is that the right number? I'm not sure if that's the right number, but when you talk about magnitude and direction, I think that's what's really important to know, that the study has shown that over the past decade, that number has been increasing over time because people are spending that money locally, they're staying locally and spending that money driving economic activity in your local areas. So I thought this for me, I thought that this was interesting because this is kind of the standard view of a pension fund, but I thought it would be good to put some dollars and cents around that so that you can understand the magnitude of the decisions that you're making, right? We spend a lot of time talking about a lot of things. Are we investing our time in the right places and in the areas that have the largest magnitude of input here at the pension fund? Okay, so for those of you who remember my interviews, I like to look back. I look at data and see how things change over time, right? It's not just about where we are today, but we're on a roadmap. We're taking a journey. And so, some of the things that I think are important for me, again, this image is from Chiron valuation study from 2024. We're seeing a couple trends here, right? So on the bottom of this graph, you're seeing that the active membership has been in a decline since 2007. And you can start to see the split of the dark blue and the light blue. That's your tier 1 and tier 2 members, right? So 10 years ago, 2014, I actually don't even think fire was in tier 2 yet, and police and fire had just become in tier 2. We're going to see those stats in a little bit. But now we're seeing, our majority of our members are tier 2 members. The other thing that I think is important to know is that, from a pension fund perspective, we don't just serve the active members. We don't just serve the retired members. We serve all of the members. And that upper line, that upper trend, you're seeing a significant increase in the number of members that this organization needs to serve for the police and fire boards, right? And it's significant different from 2014. So we dig into the stats here a little bit. You can see that the active membership is just declined a little bit, so about 1% lower than where we were in 2014. But, very, very big split. Again, it was only police and fire and it was only police in tier 2 in 2014. And now the majority of our members are tier 2, and the tier 1s are slowly pacing out. Our inactive membership, so these are members that are deferred vested. They have terminated but haven't taken their money out of the fund yet. We had a 50% increase in that population of people that we're responsible for serving. And then also our retirees and our beneficiaries also had a significant increase. This is part of the maturing model that we talk about with Chiron regularly. But if you look from an organization perspective, we have an almost 19% increase in the number of members that we serve for police and fire. Going to the next slide, just some stats. Again, trying to tie this all back to contributions and some of the dollars and cents here. The average pay for our members, our active members, has changed significantly over 10 years as well. Our contributions have gone up. The ability to generate revenue from our investments have gone up. And so has the cost to run the organization, right? We saw an 18% increase in the membership that we're serving. Well, that doesn't happen without some additional costs, as well as some, additional things that we need to take care of, or that we're choosing to focus on more today than maybe it was focused on 2014. I wasn't here in 2014, but I'm willing to bet that there wasn't a very large cybersecurity focus in 2014 as much as it is today. I think the investment program and the size of the program was very different in 2014. So, and then you can also see the amount of the benefits that we're paying have also significantly increased since 2014. And some of that is just due to the volume of the increase in the retirees, but also our retirees are retiring with larger benefits commensurate with the cost of living as it's changed from 2014 to 2024. So when I attended the MC PERS conference for Chief, I think it was called Chief Summit meeting, and I had the pleasure of having Chiron give a presentation. And they talked about the impact of the discount rate on the funding ratios. And so again, a little bit of walk through memory lane here. You can see that the blue line on this chart is the discount rate. So since 2009, when the discount rate was 8%, until for the 2020 valuation season, we went from 8 to 6 and 5/8. Now, what I would say is that doesn't, because today 6 and 5/8 is right, or what we think is right, that doesn't mean 8% in 2008 or 2009 was wrong, right? That was right for that time in our history. No different than we believe that 6 and 5/8 was right when we made that assumption decision last year. But I think what's important to see is you see the change, right? In 2007, before the great financial crisis, we were 113% funded. As of the end of 24, we're 83% funded, right? But we made a lot of changes and assumptions along the way. So again, looking back in that 10-year window, I found an interesting piece is that, our market values have increased by almost 61%, but our funding ratio is the same, right? So the funding that we need to support the pension fund has obviously increased because our market value has increased, right? But our UAL has also increased. But the big piece is, or a big piece is that our assumed rate changed from 2014 to 2024. And when you normalize the funding ratio to the assumed rate, you see that actually we have a significant increase from where we were in 2014. I think this will make a little bit more sense on this next slide. Again, courtesy of Chiron. They took our funding ratios and normalized it to a 6 and 5/8 funding ratio. They took our funding ratio and normalized it to the discount rate. And so you can see that over time, although we've changed our funding ratio, if we want to actually have a direct comparison for today, say where we were in 2007, you can't just say we were 113% funded in 2007, but also without taking into account that we've had significant change in our discount rate. So if you normalize that, you'll see that our funding ratio in 2007 would have been 93% if it were 6 and 5/8. So I think for me anyway, when I attended this conference, this kind of gave me a little bit of a different perspective on our funding ratio, because I feel like funding ratio is an easy stat to throw around and compare yourselves when you're talking to other trustees for other pension funds. They say, oh, we're better funded than you. Your next question needs to be, okay, what's your discount rate? Right? There are a lot of assumptions that go into that, not just the discount rate, but the discount rate is another big one. And I think this body has made significant progress in creating in maintaining a funding ratio that was the right funding ratio at the right time in this pension fund's history. And we're faced with that decision. That's an assumption that this board has to confirm or change every year. And so, I think this gives you a little bit of historic perspective when you're comparing where we are today to where we were 10 to 15 years ago, or when you're comparing us to another pension fund. Before I jump off the slide, any questions on this? Okay, so just some strategic planning, food for thought. I'm not going to steal Julie and Aon's thunder, but again, I feel like it's important that we start to think at the high level. So my experience looking across a number of pension fund strategic plans is that there's generally 5 pillars of a strategic plan, 5 areas. you as the board are gonna you're gonna raise concerns, you're gonna define goals and objectives. When you do that, they're probably gonna fall into one of these five. And I think Aon has something similar, maybe worded slightly differently, but, sustainability, which is the, focus on long-term investments and governance, right? We spend a lot of time talking about that, including also, good benchmarking. We have engagement, and this engagement isn't just for our members, right? This is all of our stakeholders, where, our members are our easy stakeholder, but we've got council member liaisons that we need and support. We've got our plan sponsor, unions and city administration, employees and retiree association and taxpayers. And so coming up with a strong engagement plan is gonna be part of what I think we're gonna define as what this board wants us to achieve over the next 5 to 7 years, as we develop that going forward. Education, right? So, engaging is one thing, educating is another. Whether we're onboarding a new trustee or a new council member liaison, whether we're bringing on new employees, we want to make sure that we're making investments in our employees and our trustees, right? Talked to a few trustees about trustee education and travel and the importance that it's a part of your fiduciary responsibility, not just to be educated on the concepts, but also to be educated on the current events, what's going on in California and around the country. And then these last two, again, maybe 10 years ago, this would have been one item, but I think more recently I've seen them split into two. Operational excellence, right? This comes into the efficient work of our staff, making sure that we have a culture of improvements, not just focusing on the negatives, but how do we get better? Making sure that we're properly staffed with the right people in the right roles. We've got a JPC meeting next week, and we're going to talk about some of these staffing concepts that have raised some concerns. And then lastly, security and modernization. We've got a great speaker for you today on cybersecurity. But security and modernization is more than just IT, right? It really comes from it's an all hands on deck approach, or needs to be an all hands on deck approach, from the staff to our IT organization, to our executive team, and then absolutely to our board members. So I hope that was good enough to get us kickstarted, get the blood pumping for today's activities. But I will take any questions that you might have.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thanks, John. I really appreciate that. Go to page 8, would you please?
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to follow things around. What would be the number in the pension fund that runs the police and fire? Are we like 2 billion?
Oh, that's a great question. I don't have that number here, but I will be happy to get that for you.
Is it both funds? Are we around $4 billion?
So both for both police and fire, that's about right. I was gonna say it's a little closer to
The
5.
pension plan, federate all of us is like.
All of us is over 9 billion.
9 billion.
Yeah.
So, but police and fire.
It's a little bit more than half, yeah.
Okay.
No, that's a good question. Thank you.
Any other questions for John?
No, I have a question. When you came on to join us at the police and fire board, would this presentation have been different if you had done it on day one?
I'm not sure I would have known who to ask to get me all these stats on day one. I think this was meant to raise some questions, right? I think when I got here on my first day, I think I was more focused on building the relationships that I needed to build in order to be able to even pull together a presentation like this, right? I couldn't have done this on day one, I think is the right answer. I mean, I could have pulled, when you're interviewing and you're looking outside in, right, you only have what's publicly available, but being able to sit down and talk with our actuary, being able to work shoulder to shoulder with Barbara and or Benji or any of my senior staff here, is required to be able to even put a simple presentation like this together.
Yeah, I think it's well done, strategically especially.
Thank you.
And I would agree. I mean, a lot of this stuff sometimes is really in the weeds for us. This presentation right here, we could probably give to our members and they would understand it a lot better.
Yeah, right, Frank, with pictures and numbers. It does.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple, straightforward, and makes sense. Fantastic job. I like this.
I like what you said when you said on membership, this is how you reach them. And they're confident and they just don't.
Great, thank you.
I had one question on page 19. Where you, I like the normalization of the discount rate, so you can be, sort of take that variable out of the equation. I guess what might be interesting also, and maybe this is, more of a Chiron question, is sort of overlaying the maturity of the plan on this, because that's, if you would have expected this, I would have expected this number to be higher or grown more
Right,
based on the, you know, the returns we've made. I
Okay.
think the maturity is what is,
sure. Well, luckily enough, Bill is also going to be presenting later today. He has similar but different topics to discuss, but I
Great
think that's a good question, and I'll take a note for
Yeah.
how we can integrate something like that.
great presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this was really good because it actually shows, you could see the decline in our membership of actives, while there's a drastic increase in the people in pay.
Great.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna stop my share. Peter, are you ready for us? So while Peter's coming up to the stage, I'm gonna give him just a brief introduction. Peter Dewar is, let me just bring up my notes here. Sorry, Peter. He is the president of Linea Secure. He founded this company with some other partners. And Peter and I worked very closely together at the New York City Police Pension Fund. When I needed to when I realized that cybersecurity was something that needed to not be a second thought, but needed to be a primary thought, we partnered with Linea Secure to work as a virtual CISO inside of our organization. Rather than bringing in an individual to be our CISO, we sought the expertise from Linea Secure so that we could have a number of experts at our disposal. And working through that process in New York, we set up a cybersecurity program, we did risk assessment, and started to build out a team over there. I don't know what they're doing today, but I'm sure they're doing great things. So Peter, I'm gonna hand this over to you. Hopefully I've warmed them up enough for you.
Well, thank you, John, and thanks for inviting me to speak to the trustees, and good morning all. As John said, I'm Peter Dewar. I'm president of Linea Secure, and I have a colleague with me, Jake Long. He is remote, and he's going to be sharing the presentation with me. While we get going, I invite the trustees to interrupt and ask any questions that you may have and ask for any clarifications. We'd be happy to expand on this. And as John mentioned, this is a discussion in addition to information sharing that we have. And I've been in the IT field for over 25 years, but focusing on cybersecurity for pension funds the last 15 years. So it's a specific focus based on the inherent risks that you have because of the business processes and the services that you want. So next slide, and we're going to go through this first part pretty quickly so we can get to the content and any questions. And I know that we're behind on time. So Jake, could you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Jake Long. I'm a senior consultant with Linea. I've been with the firm for a little over a year now, but I've spent most of my career on the pension software vendor side. Actually, prior to joining Linea, I worked for over a decade with LRS, Levi Rand Schaub, developing and implementing their pension gold system. So while I was there, I managed their implementation development and data conversion teams, and actually had the opportunity to work with ORS as part of their implementation project, helping with software development and some of the data conversion as well. So I'm very familiar with your pension administration system, member portal, and also some of the pension gold technologies. So sorry I couldn't be there with you in person today, but I really appreciate the opportunity to join you and share this presentation. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. And if you go to the next slide, and I don't know if everybody could hear Jake well enough, if his volume could be turned up maybe just a little bit, I don't know, for the trustees, if it's okay, but so just a little bit about us, since it's our first time here. So we're Lineage Solutions. We're actually a California company. We're based out of Marina del Rey, and but we have offices in Washington, D.C. and an office in Toronto. And we operate nationally and internationally in the Caribbean, but in North America, in Canada too. And so, and you have it in your handout. We're, work with over 120 plus pension funds in similar type organizations. And if you go to the next slide, Jake, please, I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. But these are the type of services that we offer in addition to cybersecurity. John was talking about modernization, and we do business process improvement and a number of other things, data cleansing and so forth, to get you to a healthy state of your operations. And the next slide, please, Jake. And so in the last 7 years, we've been focusing in this area on cybersecurity for pension funds. Taking my knowledge from DC Retirement Board, where I was CTO, and applying it now nationally across the country. So what we'd like to talk to you about today, if you go to the next slide, Jake, is recognizing the threats that you face at ORS, and knowing what they are and how to quantify them, and then what your role is and possibly could be in providing that oversight, guidance and governance in setting the table as to how ORS handles cybersecurity. And the next thing is recognizing that because you're trustees of the fund, you are on the website, you are a target too, right? And so threat actors are going to look to find ways to get into this organization. And they'll probably start at your website, look at the trustees, and try to find out if they could get access to information that's shared with you, and then how they could make use of that information, right? So you're a public organization. You provide a lot of information, open board meetings and information on your website and so forth. So threat actors today are harvesting that information to their end, right? And so early this morning, I had a call with a client of ours where a threat actor, they didn't compromise the fund, but they compromised a member. And they were able to get in to the member's mailbox, see any communication, get into the member self-service, request a redirection of benefits, right? And when the fund communicated with that member, they were able to see those transactions, those communications, and impersonate the member, right? So there are different levels and layers of threats that we need to be aware of. And then think about the mitigations that would make sense to make it harder for threat actors to exploit the organization, if that makes sense. Yes.
So are you starting to see hackers use AI agents who can probably do these things much faster than individuals sitting in a terminal? And therefore much more sophisticated ways in terms of hacking.
Exactly, yes. And so with the advent of AI, and you know a lot about AI being in this area, threat actors, it's easier now to impersonate a member, right? Because they could use AI to gain all the information publicly available about the member, and any information available about you that's been published, right? And then come up with a persona to try to persuade your staff that that is the member you're communicating with, right? So identification, authenticating who the member is and so forth is key. And also when there are significant changes, making sure that you have processes to verify that it's a valid and authorized change, like a redistribution of funds and so forth, right? So yes, we're using AI for defense, and threat actors are using AI for offense. So it's continuing to evolve. Okay, so if we could go to the next slide, next two slides, Jake. So I'd like to set the table on when we talk about cybersecurity, and I'm sure many of you listened to people present on cybersecurity before, and it could get very in the weeds and technical and so forth. I like for trustees to take a high level look at what we're really trying to accomplish. And there's this thing called the CIA triad that we use in the industry. And so it's confidentiality, integrity and availability. So really just simply trying to protect the confidentiality of the information, either in or not in systems that you have in your possession in your organization. The integrity of that information, making sure that it's not changed without authorization, and that the systems are available to provide the services that you are required as fiduciaries of the fund to provide to the members. And simply that. And so as not to get caught in the technical, mumbo jumbo or, complexities of the field. But that's really what we're trying to do, right? So that you could trust the systems and trust the information and make it available and provide services securely. And so, Jake, if you could paint the big picture of why threats should matter to the ORS board.
Sure, thanks, Peter. So as Peter kind of summarized there, pension funds like ORS are considered high value targets. You hold a lot of sensitive member information and payee information, manage large benefit payments, and oversee significant financial assets. And today's threat actors, they know that. They know the type of data and systems that you use and how valuable it is. So at ORS, systems like Pension Gold's pension administration system and your self-service portal or Member Direct are great examples of systems that have this sensitive data. And while they help improve efficiencies, certainly, and strengthen communication with members and payees, they also expand your digital footprint in that area. And that means, successful attacks wouldn't just create risk for the fund, they also directly affect your members and payees or retirees who rely on their benefits and also the tools that you provide to securely access and communicate with the fund. Furthermore, the landscape is rapidly changing, as you know. Attackers are using advanced tools, lots of automation. I know somebody brought up AI that's making it easier, even for less technical people, to launch attacks. So that's why, the ransomware, phishing, and all this impersonation schemes are so widespread today and becoming much more sophisticated. And lastly, want to note that, you operate in a more complex digital environment. I think John mentioned that earlier than probably even 10 years ago. All the use of any cloud-based services or working with third-party providers like LRS and others, including more opportunities for staff and members to access sensitive data remotely or even while traveling or in a coffee shop. All of these areas provide additional entry points for threat actors. So all of this makes cybersecurity, it's not just an IT concern. I think John said it well earlier. It's about people, and it's a critical governance issue for the board as well.
Peter or Jason, I have a question. Do you find San Jose? Do you find San Jose different than any of your clients in terms of hybrid work models or what we have in the cloud?
I don't know as yet, because you're not a client, right? So we are now learning about the organization. And so I would defer to John, and depending on your work environment, if you have a hybrid work environment, which is typical now since COVID with many funds, right? So if you have that, then you're not much different. You provide similar services as most funds around the country. If you're talking about investments and actuaries and so forth, right? Those are all very familiar. And so you're exposed to the same type of threat that they are. And if your staff has the ability to work remotely, then you have an expanded threat landscape, right? Because you don't know those untrusted networks that people are connected from. But your vendors, and we're going to talk about third-party risk a little bit later on, they're allow their employees to work remotely. A lot of us consultants travel a lot, right? So we might be on untrusted networks. And so you have to put processes in place to account for that and mitigate that risk, right? So while the threat landscape is familiar, what we try to do with our clients is understand their operating environment and then tailor cybersecurity to that operating environment.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, yeah, Jake, if there are no questions, if we could move on, and I know that we need to be cognizant of the time allotted.
I think you're good on time, so.
Okay, I think.
All right, thank you. This slide highlights some of the more common threats that we see targeting pension funds. You've likely seen or heard about a lot of these before. I won't cover every bullet, but just a few key trends. First, phishing and social engineering remain maybe a #1 entry point for attackers. And in the past, those messages, those emails that you would receive were a little bit more obvious. They'd have typos, awkward grammar, or things that maybe just didn't look or feel right, so they were easier to detect. Today, with the use of AI, those easy red flags are starting to go away. The messages are much more polished and professional. They can even be tailored to the individual or the organization, making them seem much more realistic. And it's not just email anymore. We're all probably receiving all of these odd text messages or QR codes or other types of methods that are all intended to get you to click a malicious link or download a corrupted file or share sensitive information. In addition, ransomware continues to be a very disruptive threat that can lock down your key systems and processes. Threat actors know how important timely service is to ORS members. They use that to pressure the fund to focuses on providing quality service to their advantage. And likewise, we're seeing a rise too in business email compromise, where attackers are really working hard to impersonate different vendors or executives or even trustees that try to trick staff into approving payments or handing over sensitive data or making large transactions. So of course, there are always risks from insiders and third parties, as Peter mentioned. Sometimes it's intentional, but oftentimes it's in the lack of it's human error or weak security controls, maybe on the vendor side, that creates an opening. So you can be doing everything right, but if one of the vendors you rely on to protect your data has a gap, that can impact you as well. So the bottom line is that these threats are continuously evolving, and it really makes the importance of awareness and training for both staff and trustees to be essential. People are the first line of defense, and attackers know that. So there are a lot of times, targeting things like member services and call center, where they know that they can try to bypass a lot of the technical controls that you have in place by taking advantage of weaknesses on the people front.
One follow-up question, Jason or Peter. I don't know what's the microphone. With, as Eastwar said, with AI being more prevalent in the threat actors, are you finding pension plans more of a target, or everybody's threat levels are rising for different victims, so to speak?
Yeah, it's a good question. As far as, I think everybody's, threat, exposure has been increasing, and I think Jake might go into some, statistics about, to quantify how that's been happening. But for pension funds, I want to say maybe 5 to 6 years ago, I noticed an increase, targeting specifically of pension funds, even pre-COVID, where threat actors were learning that you're really a financial institution. You manage billions of dollars of assets and so forth. You operate with smaller staff, right? And so they think you might be an easier target than, say, banks that have huge fraud and cybersecurity resources assigned to preventing those threats, right? And I used to have a chart where we would track the compromises targeting pension funds. But then they got so many targets that I couldn't keep up with maintaining that information, because it was just like, other financial sectors where they get attacked, on a scale of millions on a daily basis, right? If you think about a bank and financial institutions, right? Their threat actors are constantly and consistently trying to get into their resources and redirect funds. While you're not under attack at that scale, it has significantly increased over the years.
And a good point is, not only do we have the money, but we also have information, right? The PII information that we have about all of our members, all of their beneficiaries, all of their family dynamics in some cases, whether it's a DRO or whatnot. Any of those pieces of information give a threat actor a foothold into impersonation for these members. And government tends to not be on the bleeding edge of most things, right? And so I think, like Peter said, trying to go and get into the Bank of New York, it's like trying to get into Fort Knox, trying to get into a government organization where they can see our budget every year, how much money we're spending on cybersecurity. Oh, and by the way, we also publish all the names of everybody who works for us, right? So there's a lot of information, because we're a public organization in that we give freely in the name of transparency, that also gives them a lot of things to hold on to make us easier targets.
And so that question sets up this slide, the next slide
Yeah.
that Jake's going to talk about. So Jake, talk about the cost.
Right. So this a report was published by IBM in 2024, and it kind of in line with what you were just discussing, shows that the average breach is now about 4.8 million, and it just keeps rising. And one interesting couple interesting points here is that it really drives one thing that really drives the cost is time. You can see that it's often that these breaches will go undetected for close to 10 months before they're even found. And that's a lot of time for a threat actor to have access to your network and systems with all of that sensitive information and financial data. It's also not always the obvious systems that they're targeting. As you can see on the third bullet, a large portion of the breaches come from what's called shadow data, which this is where staff may be keeping data on old file shares or USB drives or personal cloud drives, whatever the case may be, in a place that it's not very well secured or tracked. And so it emphasizes the importance for staff and leadership to stick to trusted and approved communication channels, make sure they're using their ORS issued devices, proper communication channels and storage platforms to help reduce the risk of sensitive information kind of slipping through the cracks. And then this slide just provides kind of a reminder that cyber risk just doesn't live in IT. It actually cuts across a lot of the key ORS operations, starting with benefit administration. We see risks showing up in member services, benefit payroll, employer reporting, important things like identity verification, secure data exchange, and how you intake documents and store documentation. And of course, how members are given access to their self-service portal and communicating with the fund can all be sensitive areas. Support operations as well, how you interface with third parties, third-party vendors, different compliance for legal and regulatory requirements, as well as the different financial and technical systems that you rely on to keep everything running on a day-to-day basis. Investment operations covered in a prior session is we talk a lot about how is sensitive financial data shared with different investment managers or custodians and other external partners. How are those activities overseen and approved to maintain the appropriate level of separation of duties, especially for different high-risk transfers or financial transactions. And then more importantly for board operations, how are meetings conducted, especially closed sessions? How is documentation shared and communicated with the board? All of the sensitive information carry their own risks as well. This is kind of why, as part of our assessment process, we try to look past just the technical controls and focus a lot on the line of business areas where there could be gaps in security or opportunities for fraud just based on outdated procedures or implementation of new systems that may be lacking some of the safeguards that should be in place.
Any questions on this slide around the operations at ORS? And where, the risk may be higher? If not, we can go to the next slide, please, Jake. And so I'd like to talk now about your role in providing oversight and helping ORS protect itself. So if we go to the next slide, Jake. So I think, cybersecurity risk protection starts here, right, in this room and with you. Setting the table, for ORS to have the governance in place and the resources in place to protect member information, right? And so with presentations like this and follow-ups with, communications with John and, planning for, cybersecurity, what you do if or when something happens, having, a proper response plan in place, similar to what, public safety members do in their regular jobs, right? That we need to do in cybersecurity too. And understanding, as Jake has been trying to reinforce, this is not just an IT issue, right? And the biggest risk generally lies in the actions that we take as people, right? So our staff or trustees, where if you look at how information is shared with you, how it's received, are you using an ORS account, right? And so that ORS business is not commingled in, either a personal email account or any other email account associated with another organization, right? as, so since the fiduciary responsibility is singular, that's our recommendation, right? And so taking a look at things like that and determining if the exposure and risk is managed appropriately. So as trustees, if you think of it from that level, you get access, there might be a disability committee, to help, and a medical group that helps with those decisions. But I'm sure it comes to the trustees to vote on if someone should get a disability benefit, right? So do you get access to protected health information? Make that decision. And how is that information shared with you? And then how is it retrieved when you no longer need it, right? So you want to take a look at those things to see could security be improved in a manner that a threat actor and unauthorized person can't get in between you making that decision and getting access to that information to use it for some other means, right? So at the high level. And of course, asking the right questions, and we've got some really good questions about, cybersecurity and how it could affect you and new technology. So that is good. Now, if you go to the next slide, or you're there already. So
Yep.
we just, go ahead, Jake, you were going to say something?
No, sorry, Peter, I got ahead of you by a slide, I think.
Oh, no, I think you're right on time. You're right on
Okay.
cue. And so we really want to, in this area, give you some key considerations, right? Jake mentioned data protection, right? So having good controls, making sure that access to data is not easily available. Looking at third-party risk, having an incident response plan, I mentioned that. Training your staff appropriately and trustees on cyber do's and don'ts, and having good governance policies in place, and then securing that communication channel that I was just talking about. And so if we could wrap up quickly,
Sorry,
you
Peter,
know-
can I ask one question?
yes.
You mentioned, it was mentioned earlier, insider risk. I think it's one of the bigger exposure areas, attack surface areas, and that's a people thing that you talked about. And also the training. I think those are two really important things. Do you find most pension plans emphasize that kind of training and sort of people part of the equation?
So I've seen a significant increase in that. Especially, working with John in New York and so forth, he implemented, staff cybersecurity training, and more organizations are doing it, right? And so either directly or part of the larger jurisdiction that you're part of, like you're part of the city, and the city provides a lot of IT services, and they may be providing, training, to your staff. So yes, we're seeing that. But what we also recommend is targeted training. And for example, targeted training for people in member services or people that are frontline, right? That are, get exposed to calls coming in or requests being made, online and so forth. And so targeted training for their role, and not just the general one that we all get exposed to with the organizations we're familiar with, which is kind of general cybersecurity. But what do you do if you get a call and the person is, says that they are this member, they have all of this information. What steps do you go through to really verify this is the right person that you're speaking to and somebody's not impersonating them, right? And so that's the refinement that we would recommend that pension funds do. And then other things such as separation of duties, right? So if somebody's doing a calculation, should be different from someone that's put in that person on, say, pension payroll, and different from the person that's approving payroll, right? So you don't have insider risk, and you reduce the likelihood of fraud in that area, right? You can't get rid of it 100%, but you could minimize that exposure.
The other area of insider risk was people who have PII, and they just sort of leave the city or leave ORS with that stuff in the little flash drive, that kind of stuff.
That's what Jake was mentioning, like storing data. Yes, Jake, did you want to talk about that?
I was just agreeing. Sorry, Peter.
No, yeah. And And so, yeah, so making sure, we call it data loss prevention, where using tools, it could help you decide where sensitive data should be stored and where it should not be stored. And if you try to use sensitive data in an unapproved area, then it would deny you the ability to do that, right? So you could maintain data privacy. All good points. Any other questions? If not, Jake, if we could wrap the next few slides, please.
Sure. So when we talk about cybersecurity, we also anchor it on a lot of times on the National Institute of Standards and Technology or NIST frameworks, including their cybersecurity framework, which is kind of an industry standard for helping manage risk. And it's really designed to be a little bit more high level and practical. It's based on kind of 5 key functions. And so the next few slides we're going to walk through just kind of dive into each of the functions that are listed here. So I'll kind of breeze through those and then we can stop for questions. The first is identify. This is obviously the first step in managing cyber risk, and it's really knowing exactly what needs protection. So we've talked a lot about today the need for protecting sensitive member data, financial systems, maybe document management solutions, and board or legal documentation. But it's also important for internal systems and different third-party access points. So really, if we don't have a clear picture of all the critical assets, it's becoming increasingly difficult to protect them. The second phase is protect, and prevention really starts with some simple but continuously effective habits. Everyone's heard, using strong and unique passwords and enabling multi-factor authentication or MFA. These are still 2 of the most effective ways to block attackers. And it's also important to only be using approved systems or secure networks when accessing sensitive data and systems. Try to avoid using personal email or even public Wi-Fi when you're traveling or working remotely. I know that these steps feel kind of basic, but they really can create significant barriers that make it much harder for cyber criminals to succeed. Next is detect. So even with the best strong defenses and comprehensive training, there are going to be threats that get through, and that's why detection is so important. So it's just key to be on the lookout for red flags, urgent requests, unexpected prompts or attachments or links. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is, and never assume that IT already knows. Always report suspicious behavior. Next is respond. So everyone should know what to do if their device is compromised or they fall for some type of phishing attempt. And the board may be called on during an incident to make key decisions. So awareness and readiness is always important. Peter mentioned the incident response plan before, and it's important that that's in place, but it's just as important that staff and leadership understand their role within the incident response plan and communicate openly when something goes wrong. And then lastly, recovery. This is more about just restoring systems. It's really about protecting trust. This is, I think, where the board really comes into focus. Members, staff, and other leadership, and even the public look to the leadership for clarity during a crisis. And at the same time, recovery efforts provide important lessons, looking at what worked well, what didn't, and where should in future investments be made to help protect ORS in the future.
So that's the end of our prepared presentation. So I'd like to entertain any additional questions that you may have for us.
I'll make just one additional comment. You know, working very closely with Peter, and in my past role as CIO, I met with all of our new hires to give them the scared straight talk, coming into the organization. You're dealing with PII, member information. The problem is cybersecurity is typically at the opposite end of convenience, right? A lot of the things we do today that would not be considered good cyber hygiene is because it makes our life more convenient. And so I think part of my role, part of Peter's role, is to help advise the board and create good policy where we find the right balance between that convenience and security, without bringing the business that we do every day to a halt. In New York, Peter and we worked on a cybersecurity awareness program where we tested our employees' ability to spot phishing attempts. Now, the whole staff thought I was sending out these emails and trying to get them when really I didn't even know they were coming. But the result was the next day people stopped responding to emails because they thought everything was a phishing attempt, right? And so, trying to find that right balance and right education, right, and training the staff, and that we're not out to get them, we're out to help them, because if we help them, they help us. And the same thing applies to trustees as well. If you have any more questions for me or Peter, we're happy to address them.
John, I have a quick question for you. Given our structure and ORS working both the Police and Fire Board and the Federated Board, and then going back to the bullet point of being ready to act quickly, the board may need to be ready to act quickly. And of course, we have sunshine laws and all that. Like, how would you foresee, should something happen that the board needs to come in and make a decision? What's the operational procedure? Have you thought about that for what that looks like for our board and for Federated to jump in quickly and make the decisions that need to be made?
What I would say is I have not thought about it in great detail, but what we would do with any important urgent matter we would look to schedule an emergency meeting, right? I would say that those processes and procedures are really some of what Peter's talking about, is that you need to have a playbook, right? So that you're not trying to figure it out in the incident. And that moves the maturity program, the cybersecurity maturity along the way. And I don't know if anything has been documented in the past, but it is something that we will start to look at as part of some of our strategic planning. I'm hoping that we're going to say that this is important and something that we want to put some resources into, and potentially seek some professional advice. We also have, it's not just two boards, but we also have the city as a partner in our IT organization, right? We rely significantly on central ITD for our networks, for our internet access, for our email, and some of our servers, as well as LRS as our hosting for our pension administration system. So we have a multi-body problem here, that when it works, it's great. But in an incident, it becomes a little bit chaotic. So those are the exact right questions that you should be asking.
So John, just to quickly follow up on that question, I have a question for you, Peter, but so therefore, any incident response would have to be, the playbook would have to include the city in terms of incident response.
I would say absolutely yes. Part of the MOU that the board signed with the city last year says that we will take the lead from central ITD on all cybersecurity related matters. I'm not sure that necessarily means, right? But we would absolutely involve the city. The city recently hired a new chief information security officer, and we're kind of getting integrated with him in his new role there at the city. But part of the cybersecurity remediation project that has been ongoing since well before I got here, as well as some new additional testing that we've been doing, we are well integrated into the city's IT organization, and we'll see how they develop their cybersecurity organization, because right now that's part of ITD, where at least in New York, they've chosen to segregate those out into two separate parts of the organization. Because I think that's in my opinion, is that it's a maturity to move that out and segregate it from the IT organization. They work in partnership together, but no different than you wouldn't want to have your internal auditor part of your operations team. You don't want to have your cybersecurity team as part of your IT team. That's my opinion. I'm sure Peter has his own opinion, but
I agree.
I guess.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. And Peter, just two quick questions. In terms of like messaging, people use text messaging all the time and so forth. Do you have a point of view of whether Slack or Teams would be a better way to interact on work matters, security wise?
I think both vehicles could work well, depending on how you set them up and the governance you have in place, right? Like who could get access? How do you manage, things like granting access, like if it's just for trustees or you're removing access? How often would you allow passwords to be changed? What type of information could you exchange in the messaging channel, right? So all those things, I mean, they're both good. One may be more convenient than the other, like for internal, it might be Teams because everybody in the organization has a Microsoft Office 365 account, right? And if trustees, I don't know who you're asking for, if it was for trustees or,
The organization in general.
Yeah, so, Teams may be more convenient because the governance is already in place when you have a subscription to Microsoft, right? So it might be easier to implement. And it may be harder with Slack to integrate unless the full integration is there, right? So out of the box, Teams gives you the convenience to do messaging and, secure channels, like you could have groups where only you have discrete membership and that sort of stuff, right? So that comes out of the box. Many organizations like Slack because, there's more innovation there potentially and faster development and so forth, but that could be secure too, right? So to me, it's based on the requirement of the function, right? And then you choose.
Okay, great. And one last question. With your clients, do you see an increase in getting cyber insurance for the plans?
The cost.
Or do you see them
the
all?
amounts.
Yeah, they're all. I assume they're all getting it.
Yeah, many are getting it. Some funds are self-funding if they're large enough, right? And they have enough assets and, so they're covering it themselves. I say 5 years ago, the cost was really going up significantly. It has leveled off, and in some places, if you have good, procedures in place, to protect the organization, then the insurers will take that into consideration when they do underwriting and your premium is not as high, right? But you have to prove that you're doing the things that you're doing. And if there's an incident, they're gonna want to see evidence that, like, what were you doing? And could you show me, like, how do you know? Is there logs to show that a threat actor got in? What did you do once you discovered it? So that sort of stuff. But the cost has leveled off in the past few years, is my observation.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question. So what I understood was a large part of your clients are pension funds and you're based in California. And given you have some familiarity with ORS and our relationship with our sponsor, our use of their IT, etc. How similar or dissimilar is it to other pensions in California?
Quite similar to funds of your size. And for example, even in California, if you take some of the county funds that are part of the 37 Act, group, the 20 of them, many of them receive IT and cybersecurity services from their local jurisdictions. Even though some have decided to carve out operating space where they, do some specific things themselves. Like, even though the county or the city may say do vulnerability scanning, they may do an external penetration test to see if they could uncover vulnerabilities themselves, right? And John mentioned LRS and Pension Gold, the System for Pension Administration System Services. Well, that's outside of the city purview, right? And so then that may be a system that you do independent verification on, because the city probably may not be doing it. I don't know for sure, but yeah. So
That's helpful.
identifying those key areas, and then third parties that you do business with, not to pick on actuaries, but you give them a lot of your sensitive data. And I know Bill is behind me grimacing, but you want to make sure that they have similar policies to what you have in protecting that information when it leaves your custody, right? Because it's outside of your control. But you have that across your operating environment with, say, investment managers, right? Or if you do, say, private equity and you transfer funds, right? So they're not trading out of a custodial account. You're actually giving them money to go invest and so forth. Then you have even less controls, and maybe as part of your due diligence, you want to include a cybersecurity questionnaire about the controls that they have and look at that annually, including in that annual due diligence cycle that you have on the investment side, right? So, and even hold your custodial bank accountable, right? So they generally have good protections in place. But when I was at DC Retirement Board and we changed custodial banks, we had our cybersecurity team go out and actually interview the technical folks at the banks we were considering. And I heard the names of a number of them that made the finalist list, and actually checked to make sure they had good sound security controls in place. In addition to whatever our investment staff did, we partnered with our investment staff where they went out to do the investment due diligence. We went out to do cybersecurity due diligence.
It's very helpful. Thanks, John. I guess, mentally, a lot of, at least personally, I mean, I was like, oh, we are part of the city's cyber program, so we're okay, but I can see where there are certain areas we might want.
Right.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Any other questions?
If not, thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Peter, thank you so much. Jake, thank you for being online. We appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks, everyone.
We're gonna take a quick technical break. I think there's some microphone issues. We'll get started again. Our next presentation is strategic planning kickoff from AMP. Take it away.
Thank you. Steph doesn't mind sharing the slides, and we can start on slide 2. I'm here to talk about our strategic planning process and the fact that we're kicking it off. We do our best to make sure it's not a painful process for you as trustees. We have no intention of locking you in a room for 10 hours to debate and wordsmith. What we do is set up individual interviews, and you can take as long or as short as you want with us, and we will attempt to, obtain critical feedback that will help us in the process. So on slide 2, I listed the benefits of why should you engage in strategic planning. And we like strategic planning because it's an intentional direction of the plan. It's set from the top down by the board in collaboration with your staff that ultimately radiates throughout the organization and benefits your membership. It should be a structured process that's driven planning that promotes the efficient use of your time, staff resources, and the budget. So some high-level examples of outcomes that we've seen working with other clients who have engaged in strategic planning include enhanced staff training, improved annual statements for your membership, enhanced targeted member education, expansion of government relations, increased stakeholder activities, increased use of technology, access for members, cybersecurity testing, ironically enough, since you just heard about that, documentation of operational processes and succession planning. So if we go to the next slide, we agree with John that strategic planning starts with your mission. And your mission statement explains who you are and why you exist. So during the interviews and when we come back to report to you on where we stand with the strategic planning process, we will review your current mission statement, see if there's any desired tweaks, and, seek final affirmation from the board of the mission statement. And everything else that follows, developing the goals and the strategies should support your mission. We go to the next slide. This is just a chart that shows we believe that the strategic planning document should be a living, dynamic document, ideally on a rolling 3 to 5 year plan that you refresh on an annual basis. The planning process itself is designed to drill down to critical issues and central themes. And from those themes, we translate those into goals. And the strategies and action plans are then implementation of how to achieve those goals. And finally, you should also have agreed upon performance measurements to gauge your success. So if we go on to slide 5, this lists the roles in the strategic planning process. So we believe it's important that you, as the governing body, set the direction of the plan through the mission, vision, and overarching goals, what the board wants to achieve. It's equally important to delegate the details and the implementation of the strategic plan to the CEO and the staff. The staff is in the position to determine what steps are needed to achieve your goals, determine costs, prioritize action plans, assign responsibilities, set schedules, and suggest appropriate performance metrics. And the board can and should expect to ensure that they are getting regular reporting back from the staff to assess the progress of the plan. And the board should keep the plan alive by updating the plan on an annual basis. So slide 6 captures our strategic planning principles. And as I mentioned, our first step is to schedule individual interviews with trustees as well as key staff. Tomorrow, John will be sending out our letter of introduction to the trustees, which summarizes the areas that we will focus on, so you can think about it in advance of us actually having those interviews. Tomorrow, John is also going to share with you the work plan for the Police and Fire Board self-assessment that will be issued in September. And optional interviews are available for the board self-assessment in September and October. And we are more than happy to combine your strategic planning interview with any comments you might have on your board self-assessment, so that you don't have to have 2 separate interviews with Aon. And as we discussed at last month's Joint Governance Committee, we will also be issuing stakeholder surveys so that we can get feedback from stakeholder groups on critical issues that, should be considered. And ultimately, it's up to you as the board, but we think it's important to round out that feedback. So when we talked to the Joint Governance Committee, we talked about including stakeholders such as your associations, active members, city leadership, and also your key service providers. So after we conduct all the interviews and obtain the feedback from those stakeholder surveys, we will come back to you with our key findings and the identified critical issues that we will help the board formulate into goals, the areas that the board thinks are important and significant enough to be on that strategic plan. And then once the board adopts those goals, we will work with staff so that they can work on the steps that will be necessary to take, the action plans, any associated budget requests, and suggested performance measurements. So if we go to slide 7, And John and I did not compare PowerPoints ahead of time, but you'll see, very similar to some of the issues that John laid out. These are what we often see when we're working with public pension plans as critical issues, in the pension world: sustainability, funding, communication, outreach, member services, board governance, and others. And we will also work with, the board and the staff to, okay, these are critical issues, but we need to prioritize. So we need to figure out, what's critical right now, what, needs immediate attention, and what can wait. And also, how easy or difficult will it be to obtain, the objectives to meet this goal? And also to talk about budget dollars, because strategic plan is not meant to be a money grab. It's meant to be structured and appropriate, and have the board's blessing on what you think is worth spending budget dollars on. So if we go to step 8, again, I talked about, after we have those critical issues and themes identified, we typically recommend no more than 5 to 7 goals. We don't want the strategic plan to be too large and cumbersome and not be reasonable in order for, those goals to be achieved. Significant goals, should sometimes, include significant staff effort, require the board's attention, could span several years, could be costly, and should be a significant change, for the plan in any way. And, the goals are, what do you want to accomplish, what do you want to achieve? And then staff will work on, all right, these are the steps we need to take in order to accomplish those goals. So, just an easy example, you can have a desired goal of provide excellent customer service. And so an objective could be implement staff training program for call center staff. And staff would work out the finer details. Okay, what topics are going to be covered? How are we going to do this? Are we going to use, virtual online training? Are we going to have in-person training? Who's going to provide it? And importantly, when will this be accomplished by? So if we go to the last slide, again, it's just, talking about our next steps and what to expect going forward. But for your immediate attention, be on the lookout for that letter of introduction. Our Aon will work to schedule those interviews at your convenience. You don't have to participate in the interviews, but again, we think it's very important to hear from you individually. Doesn't prevent you from participating in future strategic planning discussions at the board level, but we often find that those individual calls are very critical to getting, individual feedback. And what we always find interesting is that after we have those calls, we see commonality amongst yourselves of, the areas that you mentioned. And we will share all that without attribution, of course, but when we return to the board. But I'm happy, I know I went through that quickly. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Julie?
Yes.
High level. What is sort of, as you look at these 7 steps, what's a general timeline? Like, when do you expect to come to us with the goals versus finishing the project?
I believe that, it's gonna take a couple months to get through the surveys and the interviews. So I would hope, end of year, early next year. Once we get that going, it doesn't take that long to get the board approved, goals in place. And then it's just a matter of, how long staff takes to work out those finer details and bring them back. But our goal would be that you have a strategic plan next year. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, John?
No, I think when we first onboarded with Aon, I have a goal stated that we want to get it done by the end of the year. But we don't want to short circuit the process either, right? When we think about all of the state, hold on, listen. We think about all the board members, just the board members that we need to get input from, right? Across both boards, and staff, and then city stakeholders, our primary consultants that we work with, the active unions, the retiree associations from our members' standpoint. There's a lot of outreach that needs to happen. Now, most of those are going to be paper-based, right? We're going to send out a survey. we're gonna hope we get a response, maybe we follow up one or two times, but we want to make sure we give them ample opportunity. The major input are gonna be from the board members, some senior staff and some of our consultants, but then we need to comb through that to pick out the trends and the themes to try to help guide the board into a goal development process, right? I think what's important to remember is that at the board level, you're really trying to define the what do you want to accomplish, maybe even some of the when. And then it's really my responsibility, Prabhu, Barbara, and all staff to come up with the hows. And, you know, how are we going to accomplish that? How much will it cost, whether it's from time or resource perspective? But I think what this does nicely is it starts to give us all of the talking points that we need to make when we're going out and doing our outreach at the retiree association, right? I can tell them what we're going to be focusing on. I can tell them what our meaningful goals are. And, you know, I think this is an important process. I don't know if it'll be revolutionary because again, you know, some of the conversation we had with Peter earlier, what is different about ORS, I think what he was also trying to say is, well, you're really not that special. Right, you know, we're a pension fund, we're delivering members. I mean, we have some unique scenarios. I mean, having two board administrative team is definitely
a unique flavor to ORS, but we're getting back from somewhere.
So I don't know if that answers the question, but
It does, but it did bring up a follow-up question. You mentioned both boards. Are we gonna go through an exercise to align the goals between the two boards to make life easier for ORS? Or is there a chance that that police and fire could have completely different goals than Federated?
I'm gonna let Aon take this question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely would not stop if you have perhaps separate goals. However, I think we're gonna see a lot of commonality, especially when it comes to the action plans, you know, and staff resources.
My guess is if by some chance police and fire had a unique goal or very specific objective, when we discuss that at Federated, they're gonna say, yes, we also think that's a good idea, even if it was not something that had come out as part of the core input process. Ideally, we would have one strategic plan. We'd have one mission, we'd have one value statement, you know, but I think there are some differences between a police and fire plan and a civilian plan. You know, I think some of the needs are different, but the goals are the same.
Yeah, quick question. Typically when strategic plans are created, how many years does it span over?
3 to 5 years is our recommendation. And so, you know, first year is gonna be pretty busy starting implementation, but what we recommend is that the board revisit it every year. And so you should be getting perhaps quarterly, semi-annually progress reports from staff. But we like to have a special strategic planning refresh on the board agenda so that staff can come in and go through each goal and show what, you know, has been accomplished. Look at those performance measurements that the board has signed off on, see where we are in progress, see if any of these things need to roll off because they're done, they're accomplished. See if anything needs to be adjusted. Maybe circumstances have changed. Maybe there's something more critical that the board wants to see addressed within the coming year. So it's really meant to be 3 to 5 years, but to be on a rolling basis.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No?
Thank you.
you.
We look forward to talking to you through our interviews.
Thank you. Thanks, Julie.
Probably, I think you're up.
Okay, we do have a time certain at 1 o'clock. Time certain at 1 o'clock. I'm not sure if our guest speaker has joined yet, unlikely, right? Yeah, okay. So I'll just do my spiel for 5-10 minutes, then we may have to wait for our guest speaker. So this is nothing weighty or depth, or in depth, what I'm going to talk about. I'm just going to brag for a few minutes, so please indulge me. I think Dick asked the question on what our assets were. I want to tell you it was 5.8 billion as of the end of August for police and fire, and 3.5 for Fed. So that's about a little over 9.1, 9.2, along with 850 or 900 million in healthcare for both trusts. We crossed 10 billion.
Wow.
So when I joined in March of 2018, we were at about 5.6 billion. So we crossed the 10 billion for the first time.
Barbara, we need to update all of our marketing materials.
We'll give the market some time. You never know. Let's wait for a quarter or two. We're gonna have staff actually drive the slides. The first slide. So there's two bars, the blue and I don't know what that other color is. Is it a brown? Copper, okay. So that was, we're just trying to compare between March of 2018 and March of 2020, June of 2018 and June of 2025, just to show the progress that we've made. So June of 2018, our 5-year return was 5.6%, and our 7-year return was 5.3%. And so fast forward to June 30th, 2025, our 5-year return was 9.3, our 7-year return was 7.7, significantly higher. And same thing, if you look at the alpha relative to policy benchmark in the 5 and 7 year were negative 62 basis points and 49 basis points in 2018. And right now it's at a positive 16 and positive 51 basis points against the policy benchmark, slightly higher versus the investment policy benchmark. And if we go to the next slide, so you'll see peer ranking and funded ratio here. Again, I think I mentioned this at the last board meeting. Our 5-year and 7-year peer ranking in 2018 was bottom 1%, which is shown as 99th percentile here. And as of June 2025, 36th and 39th percentile respectively. And on the right, you will see our funded ratio by market value of assets. I've not used the actuarial value. And June 30th, 2018, it was 76%. June 30th, 2025, 88%. So a 12% improvement. So 7 more years of this and we'll be at 100%. So, and our work will be done here. The next slide. Oh, this is just a hypothetical slide. Again, we're just trying to show off. Had we been at the 99th percentile, had we continued that performance that we had before, we would have had $1.2 billion fewer in returns. And the last slide, I believe, actually I have one more slide after that. And this one shows the cumulative, the annual and cumulative investment gains added in the police and fire plan. So as of June 30th, you can see it was about $2.5 billion in net investment gains after fees that we added over that 7-year period. And this last slide is important. I just wanted to show, again, this is just a snapshot, right? I mean, this doesn't capture what happened in the intervening years, but you've seen a gradual shift of the plan to more growth assets. We did pull back a little bit at the end of 2019, and then we put a little bit more in April of 2020, and then we pulled back a little bit. But in general, you can see the line goes up left to right in terms of growth assets. We increased our growth assets from 65 to almost 75%. So 10% increase in growth assets, a 5% increase in low beta, and all of that came at the expense of that other bucket, primarily investment grade bonds. So we really decreased our bond position from 16% to 4%. And all of this is, partly the result of, low bond yields. We had 0% interest rates for a long time. Really didn't help the plan in any way. And we your fortuitous moves towards increasing growth assets. So I hope we continue this trajectory. I have seen in the last 7 years that it's always easy to cut risk. It's very hard to put it back on. So there will be challenging times ahead, but I think the 75% number, until we get to 100% funded level. And as John mentioned, of course, it's not just based on investment returns. There's so many other things that impact the funding ratio, including the discount rate and so on. But I think what will serve fund well, our pension plan well over the next decade or so, is to always be conscious of that, how much weight we need for growth assets, and always having that long-term orientation, because we are patient capital and we can stomach some volatility. That's all I had really. Just wanted to show a snapshot of how far we've come in the last 7 years. Happy to take any questions.
Prabhu, I have a question for you on the peers. Who are our peers in the peer ranking?
They're all pension plans in the US above $1 billion.
Are we in a new peer group now that we're at 10?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Actually, I don't know if Laura's online. I think typically even above 10, we still use over 1 billion. We may not have Laura, but we can certainly do that. We can have 2 peer groups. We can certainly have one above 1 billion, and then above 10 is the more mid-sized plans. So we can certainly do that.
Well, hopefully we only cross it once, no going back.
I hope so too. We do want to.
We can slice and dice in different ways. You just get a smaller universe the bigger you go in asset size. So we can look at different ones.
I was just curious, but thank you.
Yeah, we do want to pay a lot of benefits, but we want to make sure that our investment returns are slightly higher.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Actually, I triggered a follow-up question. When we look at our peer groups, we only compare police and fire. We don't look at the whole, right? So when you're talking about peer groups, are we talking about our whole plan or just police and fire's plan?
Oh, our ranking here is just police and fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that would keep it below. We're at the 5.9, 5.8 billion.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So I think, Mr. Chairman, if there are no more questions, we can move on till our guest speaker joins, if that's okay with the board.
Yeah, our actuarial presentation will be much longer than 15.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
We don't have Goldman yet. Okay. We did tell them 1 to 115, so.
I do have one question.
Yeah.
At what point did the plan increase its private equity allocation materially? Or has it always been around whatever's set?
I don't think we increased it materially at one point. So we've always had an exposure to buyouts and to private credit for a long time. And it predates me. I think the one thing that we did was we made, in 2018, the boards did make a dedicated venture allocation. So that increased our private exposure by about 4 to 5%. And then I think over time, in the last 7 years, by 1% or 2, probably marginally.
Yeah, the last 5, 6 years I'm aware, but
Yeah.
I'm wondering whether historically it sounds like the plan always had some.
It always had, yes. Yeah, we've had private debt for a very long time.
Probably just technical questions. I looked at the asset allocation. We have global equity, US equity, international emerging markets. I'm assuming the global equity is it's actually mandates instead of splitting it into its international EM and US.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I mean, we do have you can see there's 3 lines there, right? There's global equity, there's international equity, and there's EM equity.
Yeah.
The 3 line items. Yeah,
And does global also, I'm assuming global being equity, so it includes
that's right.
US.
Global, yes, equity, yes.
Do we have any other questions for Prabhu? So I think we'll just kind of hang out. As we all know, the complexities of the actuarial type stuff, it's probably best to keep it all together. So we'll, somewhere between 10 to 15 minutes.
And I'll let Goldman know we're ready, so.
This is David. I'm here.
Hey, David, just give us 1 minute.
Sure.
We're ready. Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for that break. We do have two guests from Goldman Sachs. I'm going to quickly just take a minute to read David's bio. I thought it'd be a good idea to get, since this is supposed to be an offsite session, do something slightly different and get one of our managers to come and talk about their macro views. And who better than Goldman? So David is chief US economist at Goldman. He's been at Goldman since 2012. He's also a member of the US Monetary Policy Forum, the Cleveland Fed Financial Markets Advisory Council, and the Forecasters Club of New York. David earned a bachelor's, master's, and PhD in economics, as well as a postdoctoral fellowship in economics, all from Harvard University. So without any further ado, David. So David, some of you may have seen David and Jan Hatzius, who's the chief economist at Goldman, on CNBC. And recently they were in the crosshairs of the Trump administration. And nothing is more exciting than that for me. So over to you, David.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the introduction. Very nice to be with you today. I'm going to talk a little bit about our macroeconomic outlook. Specifically, I'll pop up some slides in a moment, but I'm going to talk first about the economic policy changes happening this year, then about where we think that leaves the economy, where it leaves GDP growth, then about what that means for the two sides of the Fed's dual mandate, the labor market and inflation. And then I'll conclude by talking about how that nets out for monetary policy this year. So hopefully you can see these. I've just popped up some slides. I want to start by talking about the economic policy changes, because without these changes, I think it would have been a pretty uneventful year. Specifically, I'll highlight tariffs, fiscal policy changes, and immigration policy changes. Our best guess is that we will see something like a 14 percentage point increase in the US's effective or average realized tariff rate this year, and then maybe some further tariffs down the road that raise the tariff rate another few percentage points by 17 percentage points in total. To give you some context, that would be 10 times as large of a tariff increase as we saw in the first Trump administration, and it would take us back to the highest level of tariffs since the 1930s. So this was a big surprise to me this year. I think it was a big surprise to a lot of economists. And this, I think, is probably the most crucial change for at least the 2025 economic outlook. The second policy change is the fiscal bill. This one, I think, was less of a surprise to most economic forecasters. Congress and the White House wound up including most of the measures that I think people would have anticipated on Inauguration Day, extending the 2017 tax cuts, adding back some expired business investment tax incentives, and delivering in perhaps a watered down form on some of Trump's campaign promises for individual tax cuts. The key thing that I would highlight about the bill from a forecasting perspective is that it has front-loaded the things that would boost GDP, business and personal tax cuts, spending increases in some areas, and it has backloaded the things that would tend to reduce GDP, in particular the cuts to Medicaid and food stamps. And that, we think, means that the fiscal impulse to GDP growth over the next year will be worth about plus 1/4 to 1/2 percentage point. The third and final area of policy changes, also significant, but also probably not a surprise, is immigration policy. So let me give you a little bit of historical context to make sense of this. Before the pandemic, total immigration into the US averaged a bit less than 1 million a year. From 2022 through 2024, it was well above that. In 2023, it peaked, we think, at around 3 million. In 2024, Biden's last year, it came down pretty sharply to a monthly annualized run rate of about 1.5 million by Inauguration Day. And under President Trump, unsurprisingly, it's come down further. We think it now seems to be stabilizing at about 500,000 per year. That would be a normal, roughly 750,000 per year rate of visa and green card recipients, and then moderately net negative everything else from humanitarian immigrants to all of these other different categories. So that's just mechanically going to mean fewer people, fewer workers, lower potential job and GDP growth. We'll come back to this later when we talk about the labor market. Now, what do all of these policies in combination do to the economy? The chart on the left gives you a breakdown of how we analyze the impact of what I think is the most significant change, the tariffs. At the very least, tariffs function like a tax. They will raise prices, erode real or inflation-adjusted income, and reduce consumer spending. More debatable channels of transmission. On the negative side, I think tariffs also probably create uncertainty for businesses that make them hesitant to invest. On the positive side, because tariffs have somewhat surprisingly led neither to substantial foreign retaliation nor dollar appreciation, I would expect tariffs to narrow the trade balance a little bit. So take all of these different channels together, and we think that the tariffs will subtract about 1 percentage point from GDP growth at the peak in isolation. If you add up all three of these policy changes, this is the chart on the right, so higher tariffs, lower immigration, but also this moderate fiscal boost, then we would say maybe it's a slightly less than 1 percentage point hit to GDP growth in 2025. So an economy that we would otherwise have expected to grow somewhat above 2%, we have instead, since March, when it became clear that larger tariffs were coming, we have expected it to grow somewhere closer to, a little bit above 1%. That's where most economic forecasters are for the year. We do not expect the tariffs or the policy changes generally to cause a recession, but I do think that recession risk over the next 12 months is higher than it would be in kind of a generic boring year, when we would normally say the 12-month probability is closer to 15%. This year, you can see in the chart on the right, we think it's more like 30%. So a year of positive, but below potential or below normal GDP growth of about 1.3 to 1.4%. Let me walk you through, that's kind of a top-down view of how the economy will perform. Let me walk you through a bottom-up perspective on how the different components of GDP are likely to perform. Let's start with the largest component of GDP, consumer spending. Consumer spending growth slowed quite a bit in the front half of this year, even though household income growth continued to be pretty strong. Now, in the back half of the year, we've seen job growth slow down quite a bit. We're going to have tariffs gradually raising prices, pushing up inflation. And I think that will mean that income growth, that red line on the right, will wind up being slower. So that would mean some incremental downside to consumption growth from a first half rate that already wasn't great. The beginning of the year, when it became clear that we were getting larger tariffs, most economists would have anticipated that the part of GDP that would suffer the most from tariffs would be business investment growth. Surprisingly, this actually turned out to be the strongest part of GDP growth in the front half of the year. So what do we make of that? Well, you have to look at these things carefully, because the tariffs have created an incentive to front load investment goods and front load anything that you import, so that you don't wind up having to pay the tariff once it goes into place. Specifically, a lot of businesses heard that tariffs on semiconductors and other electronics were coming, and so they front loaded a lot of purchases. So I think the truth is business investment is growing at a moderate pace, maybe 3 to 4%. But in the first half of the year, it looked a lot stronger because of the front loading. And in the back half of the year, it's going to look a lot weaker because we will get payback for that front loading once the tariffs go into place. the level of investment in these imported goods will come down and probably, even go below normal levels. Instead, the part of the economy that was the weakest in the first half of the year turned out to be housing investment, the other half of investment, residential investment. You might say, what does residential investment have to do with the trade war? A little bit, but not a whole lot. Instead, I think it's actually more connected to the immigration policy changes. 2 years ago, we had 3 million people come into the US. This year, we think it's going to be 500,000. That is 2.5 million fewer people that we need to house. In addition to being a hit to housing demand, it's also a hit to housing supply because recent immigrants are a lot more likely to work in construction. On top of the immigration slowdown, there are a couple of other challenges in the housing sector. One is that affordability is poor, mortgage rates are high, and home prices are also high. So the cost of financing housing is quite high. And the other is that we have simply built a lot of multifamily apartment buildings over the last few years. And as a result, that part of the market is now in a much more normal balance. And so it's a lot less clear to home builders that they want to go out and build more now. I think things can't get too bad for housing because we do still have a pretty serious single family housing shortage. You can see the light blue line on the left, the homeowner vacancy rate. It's not quite as low as it was a few years ago, but it's still quite low by historical standards. So affordability is becoming a challenge, but at the end of the day, we do need more single family housing. So I don't think that piece of the market at least can drop off too much. But weak overall home building in the front half, probably weak home building in the back half of the year too. Rounding out what we call final domestic sales growth, government spending, unsurprisingly probably, was weak in the first half of the year because the Trump administration is aiming to shrink the federal workforce. It has gotten the legal go-ahead to continue doing that. So my suspicion is that we will see further reductions in federal government employment and a further negative contribution to overall GDP growth from the federal government. So we actually expect, if you add up all of the pieces I've just talked about, for what we call final domestic sales growth, usually kind of the high momentum part of GDP, to be quite weak in the back half of this year, growing only about 0.5%. The key reason that we expect overall GDP growth to be somewhat higher, above 1%, is that I expect the trade deficit to continue to narrow. Now, if you had said this at the beginning of the year, that the White House is going to raise tariff rates and that will shrink the trade deficit, economists would have given you a long lecture about how that didn't make any sense. Because don't you know, they would have said one of two things will surely happen. Either other countries will respond with retaliatory tariffs, or the value of the dollar will appreciate. Either of these things will make US exports decline. So imports will fall, but exports will fall too. And that means your trade deficit won't be any smaller. Surprisingly to most people, neither of those things have happened. We've seen pretty minimal foreign retaliation, and we've seen the dollar depreciate instead of appreciate. So I would not have predicted this at the start of the year, but now I think it does make sense to say that the trade balance should narrow a little bit. So we're looking, taking all of this together, for GDP growth to be about 1.3, 1.4 on average in the second half, pretty similar to where it was in the front half, below the economy's kind of potential growth rate, which I would put it closer to 2%. Now, if the economy is growing below its potential growth rate, a natural corollary of that is that the labor market should start to weaken. We haven't really seen a whole lot of this just yet. In fact, if you look at how the labor market's performed over the last several years, it's actually been quite a beautiful picture. This chart shows you a bunch of different measures of how tight or how strong the labor market is. Up means stronger, down means weaker. If you had gone back in time and shown this chart to Fed officials in 2022, they would have been very, very happy. Because the goal back then, when that red line was the highest ever, signaling the tightest labor market in the history of the US, the goal back then amidst the inflation surge was not to cause a recession, but rather to gradually, gently rebalance supply and demand in the labor market back to something like where we were before the pandemic, which was a very nice situation where we had low unemployment, but no inflation problem. And then once you got there, the goal was to simply stay there, for that red line to go sideways. Well, up until about a month ago, that is exactly what happened. We had rebalanced the labor market to something like pre-pandemic conditions. And then we had started to go pretty convincingly, it seemed, sideways. Now, in order to stay in that nice supply-demand balance that we've been in, we should not need to create as many jobs as we've been creating over the last couple of years. Why? Because if fewer immigrants are entering the country, that's going to mean fewer immigrants are entering the labor force. And so we think at this point, we only need about 80,000 jobs per month. And that number will continue to fall as the lagged effect of delayed entry by immigrants who don't enter the labor force their first day in the US continues to fade. Now, through June, we appeared, if you look at those red outline bars there, we appeared to be creating more than 100,000 jobs a month. 100 is above that 80,000 estimate of what we call the break-even rate. So we seem to be in a pretty comfortable situation. But in the month of July, we got the largest negative revisions to job growth in the history of the employment report outside of a recession since 1968. So very unusual and really changed how we perceive what's happening in the labor market a lot more than your perception would typically change from month to month. And now you can see this trend measure is down to about 30,000. Well, 30,000 is below 80,000. So now it looks like we do have a problem. All of this could change tomorrow morning, 8:30 my time, 5:30 your time. We'll get the employment report and we'll find out what happened in August. My own guess is that it won't be particularly strong, and that if it's not a particularly strong employment report, that Chair Powell and his colleagues on the FOMC will feel like the slowdown in job growth is concerning enough that it makes sense to do another interest rate cut in September. Beyond September, I think the path for the Fed really is going to depend on how these data evolve. My own best guess is that the job growth numbers won't be great, and that the unemployment rate will go up a tiny bit from 4.2 to 4.4, and the Fed will want to push back against that by continuing to do a series of 3 consecutive rate cuts this year. But it's not obvious. There is a range of different views on the FOMC, and part of the reason for that is that inflation is not at the Fed's 2% target. It's still too high. So let me turn and talk about inflation next before I conclude with kind of what all of this on net means for the Fed. I find it most helpful to break the inflation story into 2 parts. There's tariffs, and then there's everything else. The good news is the everything else actually looks pretty good. Inflation has been coming down for almost 3 years for unusually straightforward, intuitive, predictable reasons. One of those reasons is that the supply chain disruptions and shortages that we experienced during the pandemic gradually went away. Second reason is we just talked about how the labor market rebalanced. Well, you can see here in the chart on the left, as supply and demand in the labor market have normalized, wage growth has slowed from a very high rate to a more normal rate. And the third reason, this is a bit more arcane, but it's important, is that we have seen the gradual exhaustion of what we call catch-up inflation. There are some parts of the economy where prices adjust with a longer lag, or where the official data reflect changes in market prices with a bit of a lag. But once those prices have caught up to the general price level, once you've caught up in level terms, there's no reason for further catch-up inflation in growth rate terms. So for all of these reasons, leaving tariff effects aside, I feel pretty good that we've been headed in the right direction for 3 years. We're reasonably close to where we want to be. and we are still moving in the right direction and will get to where we want to be over the next year or so. However, I think it is also true that the tariff effects are just beginning, that they are going to continue to grow, and that gradually, over time, they will push the overall level of core inflation up rather than down. Now, I expect this to be a one-time price level effect, a temporary effect on inflation, but I think it will probably be a decently sized one that will more than offset the disinflationary pressures we talked about. So we've done some recent research trying to assess how much of the cost of the tariffs is being passed through to consumer prices. And what we found recently was that while it's very early to draw any strong conclusions, any definitive conclusions, because most of the tariffs have really only been in place for a very short period of time, if we look back at the very first tariffs, the tariffs that were imposed on imports from China way back in February, those ones we can actually follow for about half a year at this point. And what we've learned is, number one, that over the course of time, pass-through to consumer prices gradually rises. You can see both the red and the blue bars are going up with the passage of time. Number two, we have found that so far, per percentage point of tariffs, the impact on consumer prices has been smaller than it was in 2019. Maybe that will turn out to be an enduring feature of this round of tariffs. Maybe companies are just confused. They don't know if the tariffs are permanent or not. They don't know if the courts are going to allow the tariffs or not. So maybe they're just being a little slower to raise consumer prices. But we think that eventually, you will see the more recent rounds following a similar path to this February round of tariff increases. Now, what does all of this mean for the distribution of tariff costs, for who is paying the tariff? Well, because it is very early, because some tariffs just went into effect, and it takes time for companies to raise prices on consumers or to negotiate lower prices with their foreign exporters, we think that so far, as the pie chart on the left shows you, US businesses have absorbed the majority of the costs of the tariffs. But if the more recent tariffs follow the same time pattern as the February tariffs, if we continue to see companies gradually passing along more and more of the cost to consumers, then eventually, by this fall, we would get the pie chart on the right. Most of the cost would be borne by consumers. About a quarter of it would be borne by foreign exporters. We are actually seeing disproportionate declines in foreign export prices or US import prices in categories facing tariffs. And then about 13% of the cost, we estimate, would be borne by US businesses. Much less than right now, because over time, they will raise prices on consumers. Now, 13% probably sounds like not very much, but I would say bear in mind that is a net amount. If you are a US company that is using or selling imported goods, you're probably going to bear more than 13% of the cost. But if you are a US company, say an automaker, who produces in the United States and is now protected from foreign competition by those tariffs, you can raise your price and benefit. So different companies will experience this in very different ways, but the net amount is smaller than you might have guessed for that reason. If the recent tariffs and the tariffs that we think are still ahead of us follow roughly this distribution of costs that we expect, then you would get here in the chart on the left, these tariff effects on overall core inflation. I'd make 2 points about the bar chart on the left. First, we have experienced, we think, a little bit of tariff impact on prices. If you add up the first 4 months or so, we think that so far, tariffs have raised consumer prices by about 0.3%. But the second point is that most of the tariff effect on prices is probably still ahead of us. So I would expect this to continue to have to impose some upward pressure on goods prices over the coming year, maybe even into 2027, depending on whether or not the Trump administration does deliver additional tariffs at that time horizon. So the overall story is a two-part story. You have a falling underlying trend, but a rising tariff effect. And so if you are a Fed official, a monetary policymaker, you have to choose, am I going to focus on the red line on the right, or am I going to focus on the blue line? Some Fed officials have said, tariffs are just a one-time price level effect, so we can look through them and focus on the fact that core inflation, excluding tariff effects, is at about 2.5, not that far from 2, and still seems to be moving in the right direction, and we can go ahead and cut interest rates. Other Fed officials seem to be saying, wait a minute, let's focus on actual inflation, the blue line. Actual inflation has been moving up, not down. It's closer to 3 than to 2. Isn't this a bit of an unnatural moment to cut? And they're a little bit more on the fence about whether or not we should be cutting. Ultimately, though, I think Chair Powell has made it pretty clear that he's more worried about the labor market than about inflation. I suspect he'll be able to put together a majority for a rate cut at the September meeting. And my best guess is that we'll see a couple more cuts this year, that the Fed will want to deliver a little bit of kind of pushback to make sure that the labor market doesn't weaken too much. Ultimately, we expect the Fed to stop cutting when the Fed funds rate gets to around 3%, its estimate of the neutral rate. But of course, by then, by mid-2026, we will have a substantially different FOMC with a new chairman who, as of today, we don't know who it will be. So I'll stop there. I'd be very happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, David, for your excellent presentation. I'll just kick off with one question. I'm sure trustees have questions. It's really a two-part question. How does deregulation factor into all of this? Because that's got to be a tailwind for the economy. And part two, given what you've said, I know some of your colleagues talk about American exceptionalism. Will that continue against this backdrop?
Sure. On deregulation, it's an interesting question. We actually did quite a bit of research on this in the first Trump administration, when this was also a major theme. We looked at kind of before and after trends in business investment, comparing more regulated companies or more regulated sectors to less regulated sectors. We never found any evidence that you saw any boost to investment in the more regulated sectors or companies. So I don't see a lot of evidence that this had a tangible macroeconomic effect in the first administration. In the second administration, I think it will probably wind up being similar, although I would say, actually, international trade is now much more highly regulated than it was before, and is becoming fairly complicated, with things like steel and aluminum tariffs applying to some of the content of imports, with the differences in tariff rates between different countries constantly changing. If anything, from a company's perspective, this all makes life a little bit more complex and makes planning your global supply chains a little bit more complex. Beyond that, the thing I would highlight is the majority of regulation in the United States is environmental regulation. I think there is a misconception that we have a lot of kind of pointless red tape. We're just going to cut it and the economy is going to boom on the back of that. Most of our regulation, though, is environmental. Most of it goes through a cost-benefit assessment and is only put in place if the social benefits are thought to exceed the economic costs. What I would say is, even if you wanted to peel back that environmental regulation and enable companies to do things that they're currently not allowed to do because it's judged to be too costly to the environment, to public health, and so on, in order to take up the administration on the offer, companies would need to believe that those deregulatory changes are going to stay in place for a long time. And in the case of environmental regulation, which again is the majority of it, I think most companies will feel like the direction of travel is toward more, not less. So I'm not sure how much pausing or not enforcing that kind of regulation would actually induce companies to make those sorts of investments.
Thank you. And what your view on US exceptionalism?
Yeah, look, the US has had stronger productivity growth and stronger GDP growth for quite some time. That was true last cycle, even though US productivity growth was quite weak by historical standards. It was still higher than we saw in general in other advanced economies. I think that much will probably continue to be true. It has also been the case that the US has really dominated the technology sector, and its stock market has outperformed global stock markets, largely powered by its leadership in the technology sector. That one is a little outside my area of expertise to give you stock forecasts, but we certainly have many people here at Goldman Sachs who can do that.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So I have two questions. One is on inflation, one-off versus when does inflation get sticky, expectations kind of change. And the tariffs, you can look at it as one-off. But I guess there are a couple of other effects in terms of policy changes. One is to the extent that tariffs reduce foreign competition, maybe pricing power for domestic companies is higher. So you can think maybe some longer lasting, pricing impact. And the second is just a fewer immigrants, you talked about construction, how does that feed into kind of longer term inflation and inflation expectations?
Sure, great questions. On the first idea that there could be spillover costs so that prices could actually rise by more than 100% of the value of the tariffs, that's actually exactly what we found and what Fed researchers found in the case of the 2018-2019 tariffs. We've not seen that yet in 2025, but again, it's very early and I wouldn't want to form any strong judgments for another 6 months until more time has passed. So that's right, we found evidence, and subsequently there were some academic papers that confirmed this, that US domestic producers shielded from foreign competition by tariffs took the opportunity to raise their own prices, and that does indeed mean that it's possible for the impact on the consumer to be more than 100% of the value of the tariff. And not seeing it yet, but it is a possibility. To some degree, though, we do make an allowance for that in our forecast. On the immigration question, I actually wrote something about this about 1.5 years ago. To what degree did the immigration surge help to bring down inflation from 2022 through 2024? And what does that mean about the risk that now that immigration is below the normal pre-pandemic level, that perhaps that could ignite wage and inflation pressures? I'm not that worried about this for two reasons. The first point you have to bear in mind is you can't think of immigrants as just workers. They are workers, but they are consumers too. They add to supply, but they also add to demand. Now, we have found in our research that they probably add more to supply than to demand because their labor force participation rate is a little bit higher than the population average, and their saving rate, we can see this from data on remittances to other countries, their saving rate appears to be a lot higher than the population average. So they work, they earn, they produce, they also consume, but they probably add a little more to supply than to demand. But it is the net of those two that matters. We can't just think of them as workers, and the net is not that big of a deal. So that's the first point. Second point I would make is that the labor market today is in a very, very different place than it was in 2022 when the immigration surge started. Back in 2022, as I showed you, we had the tightest labor market in the history of the United States. And it was especially tight for the lowest paid workers, where wage growth really got quite explosive. So in that unique context, I am actually sympathetic to the idea that an influx of millions of predominantly low wage workers probably played a role as one of several factors in dampening low wage growth and bringing down inflation in areas like, say, restaurant services. Today, that's just not where we are. We are in a much more normal supply-demand balance, actually a tiny bit weaker than where we were in 2019. And I think that means that making the labor market a little bit looser or a little bit tighter is probably not going to have a large impact on overall wage growth. Now, I emphasize overall wage growth because you made a very good point that some sectors of the economy are a lot more reliant on immigrants, and in particular unauthorized immigrants, than others. We estimate that in some parts of the economy, unauthorized immigrants are as much as 15% of the workforce. So if you were truly to lose all of those workers, no question it would be extremely difficult to replace them, and there would be upward, at least sectoral, wage pressures. It's still an open question about exactly how low immigration will get, but to me, it's looking like we won't have a huge labor supply shock, even just zooming in on the recent immigrant population.
Okay, but to ask one more question, this is on, what the neutral rate should be long-term and the budget deficit. So pre-COVID, we had about 3% of GDP as the deficit. Now we're running about 6.5%. It doesn't look like we're going to get back to, anything close to 3%. So in that environment, just given supply demand for bonds, should the neutral rate be higher than what it was, say, the 10 years pre-COVID?
Yeah. We were kind of critics last cycle of the conventional wisdom on neutral. My own view is there are many things besides the Fed funds rate that affect the strength of the economy. And it was dangerous to draw the inference that many people drew that just because the economy wasn't booming, even with low interest rates, that you would always need to keep interest rates very low in order to keep the economy running at full employment. The reason I thought that wasn't quite right was we were coming out of a financial crisis. I'm not sure you could name a single financial crisis in any country in history where the recovery wasn't slow and a little bit painful. So you had all of these other forces besides the level of interest rates, fiscal austerity, disruptions to credit intermediation, private sector deleveraging that were holding the economy back. But it never really made sense to think of all of those things as literally permanent. So our view on the long run neutral rate, which I would define as what rate do you set to get to full employment and 2% inflation, assuming all of the other forces that affect supply and demand are at roughly normal equilibrium levels. Our view last cycle and this cycle is about 3 to 3.5 nominal, 1 to 1.5 real. Now, in this particular environment, I would argue for exactly the reason that you said, that today you could probably keep interest rates a little bit higher than that and still operate at full employment, at least if you didn't have the tariffs going on, because fiscal policy is much easier than usual. And if fiscal policy is much easier than usual, that provides an offsetting boost to demand that offsets the impact of slightly higher interest rates. To give you some sense of where we are on fiscal policy, let's start here with the chart on the right, which compares the unemployment rate, which we're using as sort of a measure of the cyclical strength of the economy, to the primary deficit. The primary deficit is the government budget deficit excluding interest rates. What you can see is that in the aftermath of the 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act, the usual historical relationship broke down. Today we have, and in 2018, 2019, we also had a primary deficit that is about 5% of GDP, wider than it would normally be when the economy is operating at full employment. Now, the recent fiscal bill this year, or the recent fiscal measures this year, in total, don't change the situation that much. The fiscal bill widens the deficit, but the tariff revenues reduce the deficit. That should cause the primary deficit to perhaps shrink a little bit. But then unfortunately, as we reissue maturing debt at higher interest rates today than we issued it last cycle, interest expense is going to gradually grow. And if you add a slightly smaller primary deficit to rising interest expense, you get this roughly flat federal total budget deficit. Now, I think it does make sense to think, as you alluded to, that with government debt, as with any good or service, if you want people to buy more of it, you have to offer a lower price, or in this case, a higher interest rate. So I think there is likely to be some upward pressure on interest rates as government debt continues to grow and grow. When we think about long-term fiscal sustainability, the question you've identified of the sensitivity of interest rates on government borrowing to the stock of debt outstanding turns out to be a fairly subtle and technical, but hugely important parameter to assessing how the debt's going to evolve and how interest expense is going to evolve. For the last 20 years, interest rates have seemingly been pretty insensitive to a massive increase in the level of debt outstanding. If that turns out to be less true in the coming 20 years, then we would be in, even more trouble than current market interest rates and these projections shown by the dotted lines suggest.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah. I have a question. I know you're not a little bit of follow-up to each first question. I know you're not the bond person, but so you gave us a sort of a prediction of where you see the Fed funds rate going. Does Goldman have a curve prediction in 10-year and the 30-year or the short term?
Yeah, we do. We have a separate team, our interest rate strategists, who do all those projections. We can put you in touch with them. For now, I would just say, we have the 10-year at around 4.2 over the course of the next year. I think you could get a little bit of downward pressure if the Fed does indeed deliver the 3 interest rate cuts that we're forecasting, because those 3 cuts are not completely priced. The market has been pricing maybe more like 2.5 cuts, 2.25 cuts. So if you deliver those, you'd probably expect a little bit of flow through downward pressure at the back end. But I think the wild card in all of this is when I talk to investors, they're increasingly asking me about threats to Fed independence, about long-term fiscal sustainability. I think it's very hard to know when the average investor will start demanding higher interest rates to compensate for those sorts of concerns. But that discussion is definitely out there in financial markets. And in principle, it could put upward pressure on longer-term borrowing rates.
Just one other question on page 21. I mean, it was pretty dramatic to see where you're expecting, how much of the tariff you're expecting the US consumer to eventually absorb, 62%. And, because the intention was to sort of get foreign exporters to perhaps bear more of that. How does this, the US consumer has been a huge engine besides, of course, US exceptionalism, technology, etc. How does this weigh heavily into your long-term models in terms of predicting where US GDP growth is going? Or is it more the technology and AI that's going to drive sort of the US exceptionalism in the future?
Sure. So if we go back to 21, actually, what's surprising about this is how low, not how high, the US consumer share is, and how high rather than how low the foreign exporter share is. In 2019, the unanimous consensus of many researchers was that Chinese export prices on goods facing tariffs did not fall, or that US import prices exclusive of tariffs did not fall. So back then, the consensus was that foreign exporters absorbed none of the cost of the tariff. This time, we have found that to be less true. We basically look at all of the categories of imports where tariffs have hit, and then we look at how import prices in those categories have deviated from their pre-tariff trend. And we do find, in the case of some of the imported goods from China, and perhaps most famously in the case of Japanese auto exports, that there has been some sharing in the tariff costs this time by foreign exporters. So 25, I think, is actually surprisingly high relative to the expectations most economists started the year with, based on what we learned in 2019. But you're right. It's certainly not a majority. it is still less than half. Last time, we found that consumers bore more than 100% of the tariff costs. Economists at the Federal Reserve estimate that US consumers wound up bearing more than 200% of the tariff costs. How is that possible? Well, as we discussed earlier, US businesses protected from tariffs can raise their prices as well. So you might wind up actually paying more than the full impact of just paying the tariff costs. What does this mean for GDP growth? The way I think about this mainly is by asking, well, what does paying higher prices mean for your real or inflation-adjusted spending power? And unfortunately, I think it means that in the back half of this year, as the chart on the right of page 9 shows you, your real income growth or your real growth in spending power is going to slow because job growth has slowed. So people's labor income will be growing more slowly. Tariff effects will raise inflation. I don't think we're likely to get compensating wage increases for that. So that will also erode real income. And then there were also some one-time special Social Security back payments, that's the green bars, that are not going to repeat in the back half of the year. So this is a big part of the reason that we expect consumer spending growth and overall GDP growth to soften in the back half of the year, namely that with softer income growth, you'll have probably softer consumption growth. And since this is about 2/3 of the economy, that probably means not a great period of overall GDP growth. Beyond this year, in the same way that tariffs are a one-time price level effect, you can think of them as a one-time tax. They have a lasting effect on the level of spending, but they don't have a lasting effect on the growth rate of spending. So as the tariff effects fade, and as those additional personal tax cuts that we talked about start to kick in over the next several quarters, I would expect consumption growth and GDP growth to gradually move back toward the economy's more normal 2% kind of trend or potential growth rate.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Hi, David. This excellent presentation. I was looking at your model on slide 31, and you talk about what a lot of people have asked you about, which is the Fed independence. What is your sense of if interest rates, for whatever reason, because the Fed board changes and the interest rates go up more than your expected 25 basis points for like three consecutive quarters and into 26? How do you model that kind of unpredictability of where interest rates go? And do you really think will have a large impact on your GDP growth?
Yeah. Look, it's hard. I don't think either I or anyone can tell you exactly when or to what degree markets are going to get worried about Fed independence, about long-run fiscal sustainability. I do think these ideas, they come up a lot in conversations with clients, with investors. They're out there. There are moments when the bond market has appeared to suddenly be worrying about these sorts of things. So it's definitely a possibility that that would push up interest rates further. The way that we think about modeling that is through the lens of what we call our financial conditions index, which is basically a summary of what's happening across different financial markets, where we summarize how changes in stock prices, changes in credit spreads, changes in the funds rate, changes in long-term rates, changes in the value of the exchange rate, how all of those things taken together affect the economy. Long-term interest rates play a large role in that index. So if the market does get worried about this, that would imply upward pressure on long-term rates, probably a tightening in broad financial conditions, maybe also amplified by some sell-off in the stock market. And that would be something that would be negative for GDP growth if you saw that sort of tightening. What I would emphasize, though, is despite the fact that the funds rate's higher than it had been in a while, our index says that the level of overall financial conditions is still actually quite easy. And the reason for that, which is something of a surprise to me, and I think would have been a surprise to most people if you told them this in 2019, is that despite the fact that the funds rate's a lot higher today, despite all of the volatility and uncertainty around policy and the large tariffs, the risk sentiment, the stock market in particular, haven't reacted as strongly as you might have thought to those developments.
Well, thank you.
Of course.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't think there are any more questions. Thank you, David, for your presentation and your thoughtful responses. Thank you.
Of course,
Chairman.
great to meet you all. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Yeah, Bill, you're up.
Good afternoon. Economists and then actuaries, you guys are.
We saved the best for last.
Given that this is a retreat, we thought we would take off our normal doom and gloom approach and talk about what happens if we're fully funded, and how does that change the way we look at things. So, last 15 years that I've been involved with this fund, we've all been focused on recovering from the Great Recession. And John did a great job setting up the history and the state of the plan. But I wanted to focus first on the numbers at the beginning of that period when we went from 113% funded in 2007 to 68% funded in 2009. And so that was an enormous hit to the system. And on top of that, capital market assumption, interest rates declined, capital market assumptions went down. And so while our 8% return might have been reasonable in 2007, we've been scrambling since then for quite some time to get it down to a reasonable level now. So when that happened, the city invoked their own strategies. They implemented tier 2. That better?
Much.
There were significant restraints on salaries. There was 1 year, I think, across the board, 10% pay cuts that were very painful. Membership, John showed the active membership chart decline. As I said, we worked to reduce the discount rate. We also had to implement generational mortality and other assumption changes. And the painful part really was increasing contributions. So you can see here that member contribution went up about 50%. The city contribution rate went up from 22.5% to a peak of over 87% of pay for the system. We've come down a little bit since then. There was also significant input. We've seen the payoffs to improve the investment strategies for the fund. So there's been a lot of work built on recovering from that Great Recession. And John showed this chart earlier. I've added one more bar, which I think Prabhu actually showed too. He beat me to the punch. But with this year's investment return, assuming all our liability projections are correct, which they'll be off a little bit, but we'll make an adjustment. We would reach 88% funded as of June 30th, 2025. You look at this, that's the highest funded percentage we've had since 2007. So we've really come a long way. When you look at our contribution projections, they're expected to decrease significantly over the next decade. So while we're not 100% funded yet, we thought it would be worthwhile to exercise our brains and think about what happens and how does that outlook change when we get there, or even when we're close. But we're going to use when we get there as kind of a proxy to think about the potential implications. With the thought behind it being, we don't want to do this again. That loss in 2009 was extremely painful, and it's taken us more than 15 years to get back. And so what can we do to make sure that doesn't happen? We're also dealing with tier 1 and tier 2, but tier 1 is closed. And so we're managing a closed population as well. These are the stochastic projections we showed in the last valuation. So the blue bars show the range of potential contributions split between tier 1 on the left and tier 2 on the right. There's a couple things I want you to notice. One, all the volatilities on the tier 1 side. There's very little volatility on the tier 2 side. The tier 2 is over 100% funded right now. And you can see all the volatility on the tier 2 side is towards higher contributions. On the tier 1 side, you can see the black line shows our projection of how the contributions will come down over time. But if you start looking at that balance between the area below the black line and the area above the black line, you know, in the first several years, it's fairly balanced. But after that, you've got a lot more risk of it going up than going down. And so how should we think about that? And to get us set up there.
Okay, so I'm going to provide some context before we get into talking about different ways to look at what we do when you become 100% funded. So we're going to look at just a couple of slides about from the 2024 valuation. Here we're showing the funded status. On the left is we're showing it graphically. On the right we have it split between tier 1 and tier 2 and showing all the numbers. In the chart here we show the aggregate plan, both tier 1 and tier 2 combined. The liabilities are about 6 billion and the assets about 5 billion. So the area above those lines is the unfunded liability. What's important to note here is that most of that liability is for the inactive population. When you look at tier 1, it's a very, very similar picture to the entire plan because most of the liability is still with the tier 1 because of that inactive population. Then going to tier 2, the exact opposite is true, where all of the liability lies with the tier 2 actives. About 95% of that liability is with the active population.
Is that just a function of the fact that tier 2 is a new plan?
Yes. So here we're looking at the contributions, the last 2 valuation cycles. On the left, we have the contribution rates as a percentage of pay, and on the right, we have the contribution amounts. And this is the total contribution to the plan, both members and city. When you look at just city rates, they're around 76.3%. Of that, about over 50% of pay is paying off the unfunded principal and interest. And then the remainder is the normal cost rate. Looking at the total contributions, without those member contributions, the city contribution is about 225 million. And when that UAL principal and interest are both paid off, you can see that the contribution level drops dramatically, around 70 million. For tier one, it comprises about 48.2 million, and then tier two about 22.6 million. Looking now at the maturity of the plan, which we talk about a lot, and I believe John went over this earlier too in his presentation, so I won't spend too much time on this slide. But this shows the membership trends for the last 20 years, and the big takeaway is there's been a decline in the active population, while the members and pay status have increased by almost 100% or 200% here, or 2 times. But let's look just at the tier one group. And you can see that that dynamic is even more noticeable there because we do have a closed population here. So it's just a declining active population compared to an increasing retiree population. What's interesting is if the same trajectory were to hold true that's happened the last 5 years with the number of actives at either retiring, most of them retiring or leaving the system, it's going to be still another 8 to 10 years before all of those tier one active members are retired or gone. Right, and the total has gone down as well. Slow, very, very slow. Moving on now to the leverage ratios. You've seen these
Question.
graphs. Yes.
So are the assets commingled? I mean, I know I should know this, but
Are they?
are they commingled?
Yes, they're
So why
divided
you-
like accounting wise for accounting purposes, but they are in the same trust.
So even though the tier one population is going in almost entirely into inactive,
Yes.
tier two populate, the funding from that can be, the investment return from that could pay for the. Is that right?
Yeah.
So the asset leverage ratio here, I know we've seen these slides probably almost every meeting, but they're really informative and something that we should, that we need to go over. The asset leverage ratio merely is the ratio of assets to membership payroll. And over the course of the last 20 years, you can see that the police and fire asset leverage ratio are represented by the diamonds. And they are very much an outlier to the rest of the public plan database. And all the bars are the distributions of the asset leverage ratios for about 200 plans in that public sector plan database. Part of the reason that your leverage ratio is so much higher is because it looks at you're just a safety system, which has higher benefits, which means your assets accumulate faster than a general population. And the public plan database is a combination. Most systems are a combination of both general and safety. So that's why we overlaid the triangles there, which are both police and fire and the federated system together. But you can see they're still within, they're still high, but in that highest fourth quartile. And we've said this before, but the magnitude of this asset leverage ratio doesn't mean whether it's good or bad, if it's low or it's high. It just means that your plan is more sensitive to investment volatility than other plans. And if you're looking at when the plan becomes fully funded, or if it becomes fully funded, that's also represented, that dynamic with the leverage, liability leverage ratio. That's when the assets and liabilities would be the same. So the leverage ratios on the right part of the slide can be looked at as when the plan is fully funded, what is that asset leverage ratio? And you can see that they're much higher than they currently are when your plan is not 100% funded. So that's just a dynamic again that we're going to be addressing later on in the presentation about volatility when you are 100% funded. Okay, so what happens if the plan becomes 100% funded? So here we're showing two different sets of projections. Stochastic projection, similar to what Bill had showed earlier, and this is just of the tier one city contribution rates or contributions dollar amounts. On the left-hand side is a current projection based on the return as of fiscal year 2025. And then on the right is a stochastic projection as if the plan were 100% funded as of June 30th, 2025. And what you can see is a dramatic decline in the baseline contribution rates on the right-hand side if the plan becomes 100% funded this year, or if it did. And it's slowly declining because, as you remember, we have an asset smoothing method that smooths in the market value investment returns over a 5-year period. So it's a it's a decline in the contribution rates over 5 years, and not just a decline based on that market value. But the takeaway here is, as Bill said earlier, once you get close to 100% funded, there's only more room for the contribution rate to go up compared to the baseline versus going down. And what really is impacting that dynamic is the fact that in statute, you have to contribute, the plan has to contribute the normal cost, regardless of what the funded status is. So contributions cannot go below that normal cost dollar contribution amount.
If I could just have a question to clarify. So let's say based on current projections, right? It gets fully done. What that means is, let's say the year is 2036. At that point, that assumes that our assets are continuing to grow at 6 5/8. Because if we de-risk and go to 3-month treasuries at 4.2, you're immediately going to be unfunded, right?
Right. Fine. So this is a similar stochastic projection, again, of tier one only, and it's the projection of the unfunded accrued liability under both those scenarios I was talking about. Looking at the increases in the UAL, those green bars, it looks about the same with the current situation, or if the plan were to be 100% funded. But what's different about this graph is you see that the blue bars, the surplus, if you will, is the probability and the magnitude of that surplus is greater when you are 100% funded, which makes sense. So question is, well, what does that mean, right? And what can you do with the surplus once you have it? Well, you can reduce your contributions with the surplus and up to a point, because as I said, there is a minimum contribution amount that the plan has to make equal to the normal cost. And that's both for the members and the city, not just the city, it's for both members and the city. And the tier one member contributions are 3/11 of the normal cost, and that's also within statute. You can improve benefits, but that's not our job. And benefit improvements should not be analyzed because you have a surplus. They should also be analyzed based on what the cost of those benefits are, those normal costs, and any future potential risk for a bigger UAL because of higher benefits. Lastly, you can reduce your investment risk. And these two bullet points I'm talking about next are basically kind of more traditional methods of what you can do with the surplus. To offset any future losses, or you can move to a more conservative asset allocation. So first, let's talk about a surplus as a reserve. So any surplus would provide a cushion for any future potential losses. Because if you have a surplus, you have more assets than your liabilities. So if there are losses, it would kind of cushion that, and it would help maintain more stable contributions right at that normal cost level. Also,
Just want to make sure I understand. So you're defining surplus as anything over 100%?
Yes, yes.
Surplus should be in.
I know.
Yeah, because it's not a realized gain, right? It's it's an NPV.
Right.
Gain.
Right, and you can talk about surplus on a market value basis and also on an actual basis. Meaning when we look at that funded ratio, what are you comparing it to as well? If you use your Plan X differently, if it's on an actual value basis versus a market value basis.
So wait, what is your, when you say surplus, what are you thinking?
When the unfunded accrued liability is negative, or so that you have no unfunded, you have more assets than you have liabilities, and we're talking about.
I mean, are you thinking actuarial or market?
Market,
Yeah.
Market value.
market here.
You would,
But more important, the 100% is based on an assumption that all of our assumptions pan out for the future. So it's like a best estimate, 100%. So a surplus may or not turn out to be a surplus.
And are you talking about fully funded or surplus for the combined plans, not just one versus the other?
Right now, we're talking about it as a combined plan, but we're just showing you the tier one because that's the bulk of the liabilities. And at some point, there will probably be discussion, and you have brought it up as a board as to when is it appropriate to actually start looking maybe at different asset allocations for the two groups. So we've always said that's another, 20 years down the road. So, but for now, we're talking about like a combined plan.
When you say combined plan, you're talking about police.
Tier one,
Oh,
no, tier one and tier two.
Just wanted to-
Yeah, not federated. Just federal. Separate systems. So any future gains would add to the surplus, but is that beneficial? It is for some systems, for the county systems, the 37X systems, they have it written in statute where if the plan gets to 100%, 120% funded, then at that point, there's a possibility that they can reduce their contributions below that normal cost level, right? So additional gains to increase that surplus for the county systems is beneficial. So if they get closer and closer to that 120, then they can start reducing the contributions below the normal cost. However, that's not the case in San Jose, right? You have to contribute that minimum cost. So each additional gain for your system has less value. The theory of diminishing marginal returns. So if this approach is considered, you'd want to consider at what level you want to hold your specific reserve level. Like the county has a level set at that 20%, and think about where that level would be set. Next is the more conservative asset allocation approach, and this is that traditional approach where if you're 100% funded, why wouldn't you try reducing your risk in the portfolio by reducing your standard deviation? Right? And what we're showing here is an efficient frontier. And we've seen many of these where on the very right-hand side, we have 100% equities, and then on the left, we have 100% fixed income, and in between is a balance of those asset classes. And as you take less risk, you will have a lower expected return. But the issue with this is everyone knows when you have a lower expected return, you look at the discount rate and have these discussions as to whether or not it makes sense to reduce the discount rate. And if you do reduce the discount rate, not only does your actual unfunded liability go up, but your normal cost rates go up as well because that is impacted by the discount rate. And so the city contribution rates would go up and the member contribution rates would go up as well. So these trade-offs may not be as attractive because it doesn't make much sense when your plan is approaching 100% funded that your members and would be contributing more to the plan because of your reducing your risk tolerance. Are there any questions with that before Bill starts this discussion on this new approach?
Yeah, one question on the statute that drives having to pay the normal cost. That's a council decision, not an our decision. So the decision that this board could make would be what to do with the surplus or how to change the assumed rate of return.
Right.
And in order to get council to change it, that would be a bargaining unit or someone else has to deal with that to get a change there. to go, to have them reduce the normal cost, to be able to contribute less than the normal cost. She said that other counties do it by, but they do it by statute, right? Because their statute says so. Okay, thank you.
And one clarifying question, I still don't understand the intuition that future gains have less marginal utility.
So the idea of it is, you're creating a cushion.
Mm-hmm.
How thick do you need the cushion? And initially, creating a thicker cushion adds value, but at some point, adding more thickness to that cushion probably doesn't have done.
Thanks.
Bill, or I know you maybe mentioned this a little later, but what plans have you seen have some sort of what you call a reserve setup structure?
So
I haven't seen any.
we actuaries have been talking about this a little bit nationally. There aren't a lot of plans that are over 100% funded.
Yeah.
So they're all there's more plans talking about what to do when they get over 100% funded, but that's one of the things here is the last time there were a lot of plans over it was probably 1999, 2000, before the dot-com bust. And what we learned then is if you use your surplus to pay for higher benefits, if the surplus goes away, then you just have to pay for the higher benefits and you don't have the funding for it. So there was probably too much emphasis on using it for higher benefits that you could argue in some cases the cuts in during the Great Recession in some places were too severe. I know some of the Illinois plans are they're coming close to violating the requirements for replacing Social Security, so they're probably gonna have to reverse course on some of that. But we're setting aside sort of the benefit side of it and just looking at ideas on how you can use the surplus to manage your risks.
Okay, thanks.
What does Fresno do? I thought Fresno was fully funded.
They are, yeah, both systems, the city.
Mhm.
The city.
And they can go below normal cost. And so I think what they've done, I don't know for sure, but I think what they've done is a very long amortization of their surplus so that it only takes a little bit off their normal cost. But that, they're within what we do.
Yes.
Well, I also know that a lot of it has to do with their benefit structure. Their benefits aren't as lucrative as ours, and then they've got the drop that they go into and just kind of, so it's a unique type of plan over there.
Yeah, and there's some unique things to your plan. A lot of the plans nationally, the member contribution rate may be just a fixed percentage of pay. And you're starting to see that with some of the county, the upper tiers of the county plans. So you lower the discount rate, it does not change member contributions, whereas here we lower the discount rate. We're boosting member contributions. Which is, Ann said, seems a little counterproductive when if you're overfunded, that's probably not the best result. So we have an idea. It's an untested idea. So I'll just start with that and we can talk about that at the end. But before I explain the idea, just wanted to talk about how the current structure works with investments and paying the benefits. So I think most of you know, or maybe not, but the most secure portfolio for a pension plan is a cash flow matching portfolio. And we include in our valuation now what's called the low default risk obligation measure, which is the measure assuming you were fully invested in that hypothetical portfolio. But to the extent you're matching the cash flow, the returns don't matter. What you're concerned about is default risk, because if you have no default risk, investments are generating the cash flow to pay the benefits. So you're not really concerned about that. And so currently, the investment strategy looks first at contributions to pay the benefits and then matches 5 years of net cash flow. So here on the chart, this blue line represents the projected benefit payments. And so we look at our projected contributions that are going out, the gold bars. And then the investment staff fills in the first 5 years with a matching portfolio based primarily on with treasuries. And so if you can think about that as kind of the matching portfolio, and then the rest of the payments are coming from the rest of the portfolio, which I'm just calling the diversified portfolio here. And as I understand it, the main point of that matching portfolio for the next 5 years is it manages your liquidity risks and ensures that in a down market, you don't have to sell assets to pay benefits.
So is that the same as what we call immunized cash flow?
The same as immunized, yes. Yeah, so I'm gonna use those terms interchangeably. If you were 100% funded, as Ann showed, that's gonna change our contributions. So you note the contributions go down. And so now you're gonna have to increase the amount in that first 5 years of immunized cash flows. So the current portfolio for that is about 460 million, or about 7% of assets. If you are 100% on the same time period, that would increase to about 650 million approximately, or about 10% of the portfolio. And you can see that that's only while the contribution rates are going down. As you move out, those contribution rates are gonna drop down to the normal cost. And immunizing that 5 years of cash flow is gonna be more than 10% of your portfolio down the road. So that in and of itself could impact the expected return, because we're looking at it right now with about 7% of the portfolio in that the cash flow matching or immunization portfolio. And if we increase that, that could affect what the expected return is and potentially the discount rate. And if it changed the discount rate, that again changes contributions in a way that doesn't seem really productive. So our thought here is to think about splitting the valuation into 2 valuations, one for the matching or immunized portfolio, and then one for the remaining. And so the table on the right shows the current, this is a current projected 2025 valuation with your 10% return for the year. So you have 6.3 billion in liabilities and about 5.5 billion in assets, and they're about 88% funded. The matching portfolio, I estimated a yield on it at about 3 3/4. It's 459 million in assets. If we just subtracted out the payments that is covering, and valued them at 3.75, that would be a $459 million liability. So that piece is 100% funded. It's all retirees. And so there's no normal cost. And so the contribution for that piece is 0. And then we put the remainder in the separate valuation for the diversified portfolio. The assets, 5.1 billion, are just the total assets minus the amount in the matching portfolio. But the liabilities are gonna be a little bit higher than doing that math, because the 459 was at 3.75% discount rate. And so you end up with a little higher actuarial liability there. And so your funded ratio for that piece is 86% based on this. And so we would calculate the contributions that the members in city make just on that diversified portfolio. But notice, the discount rate did not change for that portion of the portfolio. So the normal cost will not change for that portion of the portfolio. And so that would not affect the city or member contributions for normal costs. In fact, you might be able to argue that that portion of the portfolio could support a higher discount rate because we've taken out the low yielding assets from the portfolio. So if we just analyze that portion of the portfolio, it might actually justify a higher discount rate. For this, I'm just showing it at the same discount rate.
So we split it up like this. And we don't change the discount rate. Now your unfunded liability is more, so doesn't it mean the contribution of both city and members would go up?
Yes, so if we're at 86% funded,
Yeah,
it would
it would.
affect the contribution.
Okay,
If we don't change the discount.
okay. But you're right, I think, yeah.
If we're over 100%.
Yeah.
Then, no, it's not gonna, as long as we remain
Yeah.
over 100.
Yeah.
And am I understanding correctly, again, the idea is the normal cost would only apply to the diversified portfolio and the city wouldn't be, and participants wouldn't be paying normal cost on assets in the matching portfolio.
Right, the matching portfolio consists only of retiree liabilities, and normal cost is the cost for actives. And so there's no normal cost on that piece.
Is a follow-up to that, what would change the second row 459, the actuarial liability of 459? Because what could change that? What assumption could make that higher or lower?
So that would be designed to be the same as the assets because it's a matching portfolio.
So let's say
That
your
piece
mortality
is-
went up, you had COVID, that could come down?
Right, so when we roll forward to the next year, you're gonna have an experience that where it is primarily mortality that would change that number going forward. Because your COLA is just a fixed 3%, doesn't depend on anything else, and so it's the only fluctuation in our projected benefit payments is based on mortality.
I have a question just relating to administrative expenses. So in the splitting of the model, I understand that retirees would be the cash matching and the rest, active members would be the normal cost. Where would the administrative costs be drawn from?
In the current configuration, it's from the diversified portfolio. We could talk about whether there should be an allocation, but then we're just gonna allocate more assets to that.
Are there any hurdles, pitfalls, hiccups?
Well, let me get to this.
Well, no, 'cause like with the idea of, as you said, for the matching portfolio, they're designed to have the liabilities and the assets match. But of course, the lived experience will be ultimately different at the end of the year.
Right,
And
so
we'll have to balance
we'll
that.
have to true it up.
Yep. What issues are foreseen? So I'm assuming that'll then come from monies from the diversified portfolio, like. How does that, what are the mental gymnastics to make that work? Or
Well,
actuarial gymnastics to make that work?
Right. You're actually jumping to
Oh, sorry.
the more, well, no, I tried to stay away from that in this presentation because it's really in the details of how we manage the transactions between the two and make things balance. But the general idea, I think, would be each valuation date, we want to true up the matching portfolio. And so you make adjustments you need to true up the matching portfolio, which is sort of what some of what they're doing now, because they're matching in 5 years and pay 1 year and we give them new cash flow projections that show different contribution rates and all of that. So there's already sort of a true up approach. But how we record that true up is one of the technical details to.
Are there existing accounting rules to allow that to happen?
Well, so, Anne alluded to this, it is one trust. And so we do separate accounting within the trust, but the assets can actually go to pay any benefit in the plan. They're not like, it's not like this asset is designated as for at least tier 1 and this one tier 2.
Okay.
Bill, and just one question, operationally, so if in some year in the future, we change our discount rate, so then therefore, does the matching portfolio discount rate change? Or does that stay?
The matching portfolio discount rate is gonna change with the market.
Okay, with the market.
Interest rates.
With interest.
Okay, so,
Bond interest.
because this is based on, government securities as opposed to.
This right here is based on, just a rough estimate of the treasury rates.
Right, okay, so that's fixed,
5
and
years.
then we adjust our discount rate.
Yeah,
What
so
we need to-
that discount rate would change every
Yeah.
single year.
Okay, thanks.
So here's sort of the same exercise done if it's 100% funded. So now, instead of 459 million, we need 649 million to do the next 5 years. And so, but the dynamics are basically the same. You are increasing the total liability because a portion is being valued at 3.75, so the UAL is going to increase. But here, the diversified portfolio is still 99.5% in this approach. And that's keeping the 6 and 5/8% discount.
How does that affect the tier 2 membership who have to pay 50% of the unfunded liability?
So this is the thing for tier 2, they're already over 100%. And so their rates can't change with better investment performance because it's just their normal cost rate. They're paying 50% of the normal cost rate. So it changes with changes in their demographics and so now, if your funded status went above 100%, what we're suggesting is instead of creating a reserve or doing some of those other strategies, you could extend this cash flow matching idea. And you don't need to match specific benefit payments or precisely. Effectively, you could have just some bond portfolio, tell me what the cash flows are out of it, and I can subtract it from this gray area. As long as your cash flows fall into the gray area and as long as you're not going above the total benefit payments. And so I just modeled, for example, based on using, just modeled, doing a piece of the benefit payments from, 6 to 20 years. But you could actually, that could be an investment decision about where they thought the best, situation was for bonds. Typically, instead of using treasuries, you could use corporate AA's are considered high quality. That's what I use here in our calculations. Just because I have a yield curve readily available, because private sector pensions use it. It's also what we use for the ROM rate calculations. And I spread it evenly over that period. It doesn't have to spread evenly, whatever. But the idea is you can just build out more of that cash flow matching, but you wouldn't have to use treasuries to do it. You can use a different quality, and investment people can discuss what level of quality. Although it would have to be, for me to be able to value it separately in that cash flow matching, it would have to be relatively high quality.
Is there an estimated administrative expense that's like what is the estimated administrative expense for this approach versus, say, putting a surplus aside approach versus the other approach?
So we haven't done all those calculations. There's certainly some administrative setup here, but by not trying to match individual benefit payments and make it just more general, put together your bond portfolio and tell me what the cash flows are, trying to minimize some of the at least investment side expenses. I've seen or heard other plans talk about when they're trying to set up cash flow matching. But that's an area we would have to explore.
A number of the slides talk about the city's contribution. We've talked a little bit about member contribution as well. I guess, some of this looks good on making sure we're not increasing the city. But I also would want to make sure that wouldn't be doing anything that would negatively impact the participants.
No, that's really the whole idea here is, again, we're talking about once you're 100% funded, right? The whole idea here is to be able to remove some investment risk without causing member and city contributions to go up. So that's kind of the opposite of what we're trying to do with that plan, right? And so that's really what's driving this, because the traditional method that A is going through would cause those contributions to go up and to pretty much off the table. So we're trying to create mechanisms so that you can do that without having that negative side effect.
Another question, mechanically, if we went down the surplus route, what does that mean? We'd actually move part of our assets into cash and record it as a surplus, or I'm not able to see what the difference between surplus and immunized cash flows is.
So what we're saying is, let's say you were 105% funded on a traditional basis. Take that 5% and use that to pay for the difference in cost between the 6 5/8% discount rate and whatever the bond yields are, so that you can match those cash flows. So you're using the surplus to pay for the difference in the cost.
So, but when we do immunized cash flows, we are basically saying it's the other way around, because we're not fully funded. So we're taking part of the future liability and paying for the immunized cash. Is that right? Maybe we'll just do a separate call of this. I don't.
Well, so right now you're doing it, the goal of what you're doing is to manage your liquidity risks.
Right.
I'm talking about using it for a totally different purpose. You still want to do that. I'm not saying don't do that. But once you're above 100%, the thought is, how can we reduce risk? And so the general idea is take that amount that's above 100% and use it to pay for the additional cost to match cash flows.
Okay.
And in the current environment, you're looking at, if you use double A's, it's a difference between 6 5/8 and about 5 1/4, 5.4, depending on what duration you're going. If we were looking at this, a few years ago, it would have been the difference between 6 5/8 and 1 or 2. And so that's much more expensive. So it's much more plausible to do it now. And how much you can do for what price is going to depend on what current interest rates are.
And so if that changes 10 years from now, this approach might not work as well.
Work as well.
It-
You
that's
would
gonna be-
still be able to do it. It would just be
It'd be more
more expensive.
The question is probably for Maytag, but if we hit 100%, and decided in the future we wanted to go down this path, is this something this board could decide? Would we have to go to city council? Would it require a charter change?
So, the actuaries are right that the contribution levels are set by the muni code, and so they're subject to the collective bargaining rights that, happen with, the active members' unions, because they're the ones who are negotiating what benefit structures they're gonna get, how much they're gonna pay for those benefit structures, so that's fully within the city's purview. Within the board's purview, though, under the California Constitution, you have plenary authority over actuarial issues, and so to the extent these, approaches that Chiron's presenting are all actuarial tools in your toolkit that you can use your plenary authority to exercise in your best discretion.
And in coordination with their investment decisions.
And right, and with your divestment decisions. And one thing I want to note too, now that I have the microphone, which is that, just because you cross the 100% one time, doesn't necessarily mean that like the next 5 years or 6 years are going to also, have the same trajectory. And so I know for Pepra at least, where they had the 120% overfunding, I think it has something like 3 years overfunded. So there's a certain time period that has to be hit. And then another thing too, I want to note is, if any approach you do go down with 100% funding, keeping in mind that you might need that money later on down the line, things might change, is, how do you maintain the same operational costs, operating expenses? Because contributions coming in is part of your cash flow of how to operate the entire business on a yearly basis.
And is this the kind of thing that would be potentially wise, because if we stay on the current trajectory, we anticipate hitting 100% at some point, to where we come up with those policy statements now that say everything happens as it's been happening, but if we get to 100% funded for 3 consecutive years, then this happens? Or is it better to wait until we look like we're gonna be 100% for 3 years?
There are some current policies out there that have been considered by various California public pension plans. Not a lot of them are there yet, but there is consideration of what to do in adopting a surplus overfunded actuarial policy, just so they know what to do and everyone's aware. But I don't know the finer details on that because I'm not an actuary, but I do know they exist from attending these conferences.
Okay, thank you.
And I do think it's important that we have these discussions in advance, because the city, as you can imagine, does planning multi-years out. And if what we plan to do ends up being different than what they assume we will do, right, that could cause budget deficits or excesses, surpluses, that it would be better for us to have that ironed out, so that as we glide into that, expectations meet the policy that we'll have.
Okay, thank you.
What about for the healthcare trust?
So, the healthcare trusts are, for the police and fire, very poorly funded, so it's not something right away. But it's something where I think you'll want to take action before you get to 100%, because they're a closed plan. So there's an ongoing component of tier two that ultimately you can use excess assets for. In the health plan, ongoing component is with encourage action before you get to 100% on that one, but that's still a ways away. So, I think one idea of this though is it's easy to undo, right? If you're talking about just a fixed income investment, if you had a market crash, it's not like we purchased an annuity, the assets are completely dedicated. We could say, okay, the situation's changed, we're rolling these assets back into a more growth-oriented portfolio if things drop. The point of it is so that if things drop, you have less exposure to that drop because you've put these assets over in the matching, while at the same time you haven't affected, you haven't increased city or member contributions. And
Is it in concept similar to saying that we will go into a different asset allocation if we reach 100% funding for a period of time?
It is a different asset allocation if you're over 100%. It's a very specific approach to that. If you took the more general approach, what concerns us about that is that causes an increase in member and city contributions. And so this is designed to not have that effect, but allow you to take some risk off.
That's the punchline.
Yeah, that's really the whole point of this is it's a mechanism for you to reduce risk without, when you're 100% funded, raising contributions, which seems kind of counter to what the city and members would expect.
Right.
But we would likely want to have some well-defined guidelines for when we move into, what are the conditions under which we move in? And what are the conditions that would cause us to move out, so that we're not trying to make these decisions on the fly or frequently.
Yes, you're stealing my final thought. So, yes.
Spoilers.
So first here, I wanted to point out, on the left here, we have the stochastic projection and showed if you're 100% funded, then you just go with the current. On the right is a version, if you did something like what I showed you on the prior slide using AA's. And what I want you to note here is the difference in the height of the dark green bars and the light green bars. And so it's brought those loss probabilities down. And that was just moving that the piece, the purple piece on this slide. That's the only piece that got there. So it does have the effect of reducing your downside risks, which it should, since you're matching a piece. But a couple of examples here, looking at the speaking really to the leverage ratios that Ann talked about. So with the current plan right now, you have about 5.1 billion. This is 2024 numbers. You're up to 5.5 now, but 5.1 billion in assets, 284 million in payroll. That asset leverage ratio is 17.9. And what we showed you in the valuation presentation is if you had a 10% investment loss, that's going to increase the interest on your unfunded liability by 11.5% of payroll. Now, if you were 100% funded right now, you go to the second column, you have more assets, but you have the same payroll. That increases that ratio. And so if you had the 10% loss then, it would cost nearly 14% of payroll in just interest on that loss. If you were able to put 30% of your assets into this extended matching portfolio, you can essentially take that chunk out of the asset leverage activation because it's not exposed to that fluctuation. And that would drop your leverage ratio down to about 15.1. And the cost would be 9.7%. Now, why I choose that number? 15.1 is about the leverage ratio of the LA environment. So just looking at kind of a comparable plan, that's their leverage ratio if they're 100% about that, and they're close. So you can see the difference there is how much more sensitive you are to the investment returns than they are. And then if you were able to do 50% of the portfolio, which not actually even raining that you do that, it would bring it down to 10.8, which is about the average. And the impact is 6.9% right there. So
where is the 6133 coming from?
that's the actuarial liability. And so if you're 100% funded, you have assets for that.
Equal to that.
Is there any reason why you would want to do this when we were 95% funded?
Well, potentially, or partially. I mean, you could, we didn't explore the impacts here. This is like the initial high level idea to get some discussion and see if you're interested before exploring. You could look at some sort of glide path into it that maybe starts earlier and see what those impacts are. That's gonna have an effect of holding the UAL contribution up higher for longer, right? So there's, you do it before you're 100%, there's some other trade-offs to think through. But you could also be looking at taking advantage of where interest rates are as an option as well. So there's a bunch of trade-offs.
And if I could just, Bill, so if I could just ask you one more question there, just going back to my original question. So 6133, it's fully funded. Now, if you split it at 50% at 3.75 and the other half at 6.58, now it's not fully funded, right?
That's correct. If
Yeah.
we, this was just to illustrate the
Yeah,
asset
okay.
leverage ratio impact. And certainly, you know, it depends on how you get there and what the interest rates are and how all that plays out.
So, Jay's sitting right behind you, but, today with the immunized cash rate, we are, I mean, to conserve it first, we are 100%, but we have deliberately done the immunized cash flow, taken that sort of hit, I suppose, for lack of a better word, because immunized cash flow earns less than 6 and less than our discount rate, right?
Correct.
So we are already doing that under.
Right, you're doing that.
Different, that makes
You're doing that for
it's a little bit different.
Sorry, it's like actually real geekiness, but keeps me alive, so. Jay wants to say something.
Oh, no, I think Bill had it right earlier when he said there's different purposes, I think. That's what the split he's talking about is kind of, how you would manipulate the, and take some risk off the table if you get to that 100+ funding status. The purpose of the immunized and cash flow allocation right now is to provide, the liquidity, kind of a liquidity barbell for the portfolio, right? We have a significant private market program that, is illiquid. And then we have, half the plan in equities. And so in some kind of growth slowdown, can't sell the private stuff, don't want to sell the public equities at a discount. So we're trying to provide 4 or 5 years worth of of time, really. That's rather than, trying to adjust the risk level of the platform.
I get that. I get the purpose. I was just more making the point that there is a trade-off because by locking in a lower yield than the discount rate, it increases the unfunded liability.
Right, no, so we're talking, the idea here is you do it with, when you're over 100% funded. And so you're using the assets over 100% to reduce the risk.
Got it. So our incentive
And
to
there
do
is a
it,
cost.
yeah, our incentive to do it when we're less than 100% is very low. I was just sort of
Yes.
going back to that question. Yeah.
So before we get carried away with it,
Can't put this at the end of the day.
this is,
We
it's a
want to-
new approach. I don't know of any other system that's doing this. Very few have been 100% funded to even contemplate something like this. So this is a new approach. We need to look into a lot of different pieces. Important coordination with the investment staff to make sure the logistics and practical aspects that it worked out, developing the policy that you were talking about when you implement, how much, how do you do that? We need to think through if there are any other potential actuarial complications, because we haven't actually done a valuation on this basis. We do know there would be some changes on the accounting side, the financial reporting side.
Any risk to our tax status?
I can't imagine the risk to the tax support. And the efficacy is really gonna depend on where interest rates are. You know, if they're low, it's gonna be expensive to do. If they're where they are now, expense is much lower. So, I know we're about out of time. Can I take 5 minutes to throw a completely different topic at you?
Is it good news or bad news?
It's a tool for you. As part of our proposal, we said we would create an online dashboard for you. Some of the trustees, both here and with Federated, have asked if they could get access to our clickable charts. Those are essentially a website that gets embedded in PowerPoint. And so our thought was, well, let's just take your favorite charts and put them on the website. And then give you access. There are questions about who should have access. It would be easiest for us if we just host it and give you a URL. You can post the URL if you want everyone to have access, or keep it secret. But this is the sample we put in. It was based on Federated. And we can have different categories of charts. And then these, right now, they're going to the small version of the chart, and then you click on this and expand it and play with the chart.
Well, Bill, I think based on our discussion with cybersecurity, we'd have to check to make sure that the third-party vendor.
There is no personal data on these.
Right, but it's just access, because then it creates what they call an expanded attack surface. So, anyway, we're kidding. But we probably do have to, just be aware of that.
Sure, it depends on the level of protection you want. One of the requirements, of course, of being a public organization is that all of our records that are not PII need to be able to be made public, either by default or by request. So even if we secured it and provided it, made it available to the trustees, most likely would be updated, with our evaluation process each year. There's not much, I don't think there's much, benefit to doing more than that. But, if asked, we probably have to make it available upon request for PRAs or whatnot.
I don't know, because it'd be proprietary. Look, I run.
The data, like a static presentation that we have today, that's what we would make available to them. Access to the tool, that's something we can decide whether or not you want to make it available.
I love the idea of a dashboard that I can play with and click on.
I hope I asked less questions in public forum. Let me just for everybody.
So I think our thought was to first work with John to set up kind of a proxy dashboard with your charts and get your feedback. But if there's specific charts you've seen that you want to make sure let us know.
So the ones that are standard in your presentation, your regular presentations would be.
Yeah, where they, you have choices on, what part of the graph to show, right? Because I think when it's static in PDF, you can't.
No, you can't. So like, there's this version, I don't know if we've shown this for you or not, but like the contributions, you can look at this year versus last year. You'll see the historical trend. Switch it to projected or show all.
Yeah.
And we have one version that has some scenarios. So we have sort of standard deterministic scenarios, so you can switch between those. And you could also, just look at any contributions. With their combo.
I think it's a great idea.
All right.
So I'll work with Bill and Ann to develop an initial set. And, as we're going through our evaluation process this year, if there's something that you see during one of those presentations that isn't available in the original set, something we can work with Chiron's team to add as an addition. Again, trying to focus that maybe like a one-time update every year.
So I think it was a great presentation, and I think in terms of the ability to use the surplus, which is a hypothetical, right?
Yeah.
Having said that, hypothetical.
Yes, very much so.
Aspirational.
And I think personally,
20% return,
yeah,
and we're there.
right. I think, if you look at the last 5 years, we've had that one really good year, 28% return. So I would think the next 5 years, average returns are probably lower. And in terms of safety, I think as a trustee, I think, my role is to make sure that it's, pension is protected for retirees. And you've got to be as conservative as possible. And really the example you had 2007 to 2009, where the funded status went down 45%, right? So to me, I think that surplus where you're tempted to play with things should be a bigger number, probably bigger than 20%. But this is an elegant way where you protect it against bad human behavior. So, all right, thank you.
You immunize it.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments for Bill?
I'm gonna say, always enjoy your presentation. Thank you very much.
I think it's worthwhile to be thinking about it now.
Yeah, we're not there yet. That's.
To me, if they were implemented for someone else first.
The first.
You wanna be the guinea pig, huh?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, thank you. My wish.
Yeah, I know,
That's the last two things here.
So,
Any public comment? Any proposed agenda items? We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
so.